Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Red Devil Experience. It is Friday freestyle. We got some news updates, though, that we got to go through. My name is Eric. Hope everybody is doing well. Make sure you smash that like button. We got to get those likes up. We got big updates surrounding lots of players at Manchester United. Rasmus Højlund, Bruno Fernandes, Garnacho once again, Ruben Amorim, and, kind of the goal for next season has been set, apparently. So there's a lot of things that got to be talked about. Little slight update about Delap. Small mention of Mateta from Crystal Palace. Update about Jadon Sancho that came very early in the day, and some more general updates about the project of the squad rebuild that we have to get and move forward with and actually got to do. So it's going to be a good show, and then obviously we'll do whatever the community and the chat want to talk about after we do the updates and we do the piece of the news. Whatever the chat wants to talk about, that's what we're going to do. So make sure you get involved in the chat as well. Make sure you put out some opinions, some thoughts, or questions, whatever you guys want. It's your show. But also, before we start, we're on our way to 3,000 subscribers. So if you want to help us out there, make sure you subscribe. Hit the notification bell icon so you don't miss a live and you're here for the shows and you're up to date. And you get all the information as we go through them. You don't want to be late. You don't want to miss them. We are at 2,970. I think it's 5 now. And that still hasn't catched up because we're actually making good progress. So, yeah, but Axe is here. Lyle is here. Access, my first comment is Glazes out. Well, listen, if you want to do that for all the shows, I'm more than happy for you to do that. Keep doing that. Because, every day, Glazes out. Lyle's here, says, hey, Eric and all you Reds. How you doing, Lyle? Hope everything is good. So let's start off with this couple random topics bouncing around, and then we'll get into things that kind of, go along with each other. And, have more detail in them. But first one, let's get the worst one out of the way. Because we don't need to spend too much time talking about this guy. But there was a story yesterday that came from the Disco Mirror talking about that apparently Jadon Sancho will be sent back to Manchester United. And Manchester United, obviously, are still going to sell him and not keep him. But we got this update from Ben Jacobs, who I say is more credible than, anything that the Disco Mirror can put out. So he gave us this update, said Manchester United want to sell Jadon Sancho even if he returns to Old Trafford. Chelsea have an obligation to buy, of course we all know that, of up to 25 million. But can also send back Sancho for 5 million penalty. United expects Sancho to leave even if Chelsea decide not to keep. So the story yesterday was they wrote it in a way that it seemed like Chelsea kind of, made this decision. Obviously, that was probably premature and they were probably jumping the gun because obviously, it still hasn't been decided. Times are ticking. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure there's, a date on when you got to pay the 25 million. So, we'll find out soon enough if they pay it or not. It'll be good if they pay it so we don't really have to deal with it and it can be done and dusted. But I'm not worried really about him coming back. He ain't coming back. It ain't gonna happen. He should never come back. He shouldn't even be allowed into the fucking facilities for any reason. He should be completely locked out of everything. He should never ever come back. So yeah, there's just there's no chance that it would ever happen. So the faster we get this out of the way, the better, so we don't have to deal with that anymore and we don't got to talk about it, and he can be somebody else's problem and not ours. But enough of this guy, because I really don't have time for him and I don't really care about him. But small update. Delap, Mark Ogden said United also want to sign Ipswich Town's Liam Delap, who is available to clubs who trigger his £30 million release clause, but sources have said that Chelsea are attempting to beat United to the 22-year-old signatures. So obviously we know we're in for Delap. He's been linked with us for a while now. He's been linked with us for a while now. He's obviously a target. You know, the Chelsea has also been mentioned as a target for him or a target for them. And, you know, we're going to see how this goes. There's some more updates that kind of go with this. Not so much on Delap, but just more in general. And, you know, it'll kind of do a full circle later on. So, yeah, I mean, just, you know, the real possibility that Chelsea could be in for him as well, and maybe we end up don't getting him, and maybe we got to go in a different direction and get somebody else out. So Lyle says not so much of an obligation to buy then. Hey, if true, I mean, listen, I mean, the 5 million thing was always there. We always knew about it for a while, and yeah, I mean, it's not the best. To me, it doesn't. For you know, the way I kind of look at it, to be real, it doesn't, it's not the best circumstance, but I think it was the best possible option we had. I think it was do this sort of deal where you loan him and get an obligation to kind of buy if they're happy with him, and you give us the money, or it's like, you know, where you're going to send him. And, you know, in reality, 5 million for a club that has 75 wingers and is spending, you know, and has spent the money that they spent is really, it's, you know, it's a piss take. Like, you know, Todd Bowley is wiping his ass with 5 million at this point, to just be blunt and put it that way. I mean, Chelsea are literally wiping their ass with 5 million. So, like, I could see how they might get to a point where they just might be like, yo, just take the 5 million, because, like, we don't want this guy and we don't want to spend 25 million on him. We'd rather just take the 25 million and spend it on, you know, one of the other wingers that they want to buy. Maybe they spend the 25 million on Alejandro Garnacho, who we have updates on as well. So, you know, we might be our own problem, you know, because Garnacho apparently wants to go and stuff, and they might still be interested, and maybe they're like, well, we'd rather have Garnacho than Sancho, so we're not going to pay 25 million for him, but we'll take that 25 million and put it towards you know, the fee for Garnacho. So says Sancho out. Sancho has the plague of Ineos. I mean, Sancho is, I mean, yeah, well, he's not an Ineos signing, but I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he was saying he has a similar disease to them. I think that's what he was. I think that's what he was saying. Yeah. See, he said no, but he is infected with the plague, like Ineos, because of Ratcliffe. Delap doesn't have the aura. I mean, again, I've always said about Delap, the only scenario that I'm taking Delap is if you sell Rasmus Højlund and you say we sell Rasmus Højlund to get Delap and we still go and get another striker. Or at least, you know, maybe 2 10s and Cunha can kind of play the second striker. Something like that. I'll take that. But Delap by himself as the main guy, he doesn't fill me with that sort of aura. You know, I do agree. I still think he's not a bad player, and I probably think he would be able to score some goals. But leading the line and being the main guy, it just kind of feels like Rasmus situation all over again to a certain extent. You know, people argue that Delap is way better than Rasmus, and that's fine if they want to argue that. You know, that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is we have Rasmus and we have nobody. I don't see Xerxes really as a striker. He can play there, but I just don't think I don't think he's elite at that position. I'd rather actually prefer him as a 10. And we pretty much just have Rasmus. And I think, you know, if you sell Rasmus and you get the lap and you only get the lap, then we only have the lap. And I just kind of feel like it's the same story over again. So, Temizgin says United want Gyökeres, Cunha, Meston Tawano, Turkey, Emi Martinez, Simmons, Rios, Sane, Danny Munoz to United is better. He always just throws in new players. I love it. Always. McTominay with a goal for Napoli. Well, this is the last match of the season for them, isn't it? This is it. So if Napoli win, they win the league. Is if I'm correct, right? They got to win the league. Unless Inter lose as well. But if Inter win and Napoli lose, then Inter win it. So, mix sauce. doing it up. I always said he'll do good in Italy. I never doubted him for a second. Never doubted him for a second. But we're gonna move to Mateta real quick. Again, small little tidbits in this part, but apparently Manchester United, coming from L'Equipe, are in the race for Jean-Philippe Mateta this summer. Make will what you do with that, because that's pretty much the only information that I saw. You know, no real other details into that. Apparently we're in for him. So, but you know, I can kind of make my own update. These people, they're so-called journalists, you know, news outlets reporting. If I had a name for it, I could literally just wake up and pretty much say any player. United are in the race for every player. You know, we want everybody. So, yeah. But the probably more important thing, which I think is the better route here, is that we got this update from Rich Fay saying United want to sign players with Premier League experience in the summer window. And I am 150,000% behind this. And that's going to roll over into the other conversation that goes into the other update that comes later as a part of this. And it's actually coming up right after this. But yes, I think now is the time, at the current state of Manchester United and what we need to do with the club and what we need in the rebuild. And I talked about it yesterday, and I said how we have a squad and a group of players that are not fit for the Premier League. The team is not a Premier League team. They cannot compete in the Premier League. They can't. They don't have the speed. They don't have the physicality. They don't have the IQ. The best way, probably, for us to kind of accumulate that is take other Premier League players that already play good, decently well, excellent in the Premier League. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but there's probably deals to be done there. I mean, obviously, Cunha is one. That's coming, so that's no problem at all. Delap is another one that, I mean, 30 million. You know, it's not that expensive. I think there's some other players out there that are decently priced as well. And Premier League, you know, experience. So I'm all for it. I think it's perfect. Other clubs have done it in the past when they were building their projects as well. You know, poaching a couple players from some other teams around the Premier League to help them round out and build out the squad. And I think our team at the current moment in time really lacks a lot of capabilities and just characteristics to be a Premier League team. They don't have, we don't have certain strengths, especially strength. We don't have physicality, and we definitely don't have speed, and we definitely don't have players that play with such high IQ. They can't play. They're not fit to play a modern style of football. They're not. They can't. They take too many touches on the ball. They can't think for themselves. They're not physical enough. They get out muscled. They get out bodied. They get outbeat. They get outworked by every single team. So I'm here for that. I think that's great for the plan. If they go ahead and do this, I think it's a good direction to head in. So absolutely. I think now is the time, especially if we're actually going to rebuild. Axe says we have downgraded from paying 100 million pounds for one shitty player to having a total of 100 million pounds to spend on a bunch of shitty players. No. No, I disagree, because it's not a bunch of shitty players. I don't consider it's because they're not a shirt sellers. They're not shitty players. Like, you know, again, if you don't have a team and you don't have a squad, then you must build one. And there are different roles in teams. Some players are, you know, utility players or subs, and the rest is packed with starters and people trying to that are trying to take their position. So no, I mean, we don't have a squad. You must build a squad. This is the way forward. This is the correct way. But they need to execute it properly, of course. But that is the planning and that is the thinking behind it. My boy McTominay is dominating the Italian league, and Anthony is one of the best players in the league. What is going on at our club? Nothing much, just bad recruitment. Just bad recruitment. Literally, all I chalk it down to is bad recruitment. I highly believe with everything that I know that Anthony didn't belong in the Prem. Now, again, I will say this again, because until we get players that go from Manchester United to other Premier League teams and play out of their skull like they're doing in some other leagues, it's not necessarily about Manchester United. It's just that we do poor recruitment. We shouldn't have bought those players. We shouldn't have bring them to our team. They didn't fit our team. They didn't fit the Premier League. They didn't have the capabilities or the characteristics to play in the Premier League. La Liga is a different league. It's a different type of football. Obviously, Anthony can excel there. McTominay, I always said before we sold him, when we sold him, he's a big physical lad. It's a slower league. He can definitely excel there. 110%. 110%. But until I see players going from Manchester United to other Premier League clubs and them doing wonders, I won't believe that it's nothing more than bad recruitment. Access the problem goes deeper than bad recruitment. Certainly, it's part of the problem. I think it's probably one of the biggest problems and the biggest indicators. Sure, I mean, I'm not going to say it's only 100%, but I think it's the bigger percentage for sure. I think, we have other problems at the football club for sure, but I think too many people look at it the way that you're kind of saying, Axe, and just they see Anthony balling out in La Liga. They see McTominay going to Italy and balling out. They see these players that played like shit at United, but they go to different leagues and they play good. And I think because the aspect is we shouldn't have bought them. They clearly weren't the right buys for our team or for the Premier League. If I see play, like if McTominay went to another Premier League team and he was doing what he's doing in Italy in the Premier League, then I'd be like, yeah, well, we obviously have bigger problems in it's not recruitment, it's something else going on behind the scenes. If Anthony went on loan to, Villa or something and was doing, what he was doing at Real Betis, at Villa, then I'd be like, yeah, I mean, clearly we have a huge issue there. But these players going to different leagues and playing different types of football and in different teams, I really just, the way I look at it is that I chalk it down to really, it's mostly bad recruitment. We shouldn't have bought these players. They just never fit. They weren't right. I mean, I always think back to, we had the choice to get Kudus. We had the choice to get Anthony. They were both there, both from the same team, both played in the same league, two different types of builds, two different types of players with two different types of characteristics. Kudus, obviously, as we've seen, can play in the Premier League, and Anthony can't. So, that's just how I see it. Well, yeah, I mean, if Cunha flops and, if we get some of these other players that were playing good, then yeah, I mean, there definitely is a bigger issue that would have to go, between the coaching and the culture. And I mean, we know we have these problems, but I don't necessarily agree. Like, people say it's like you walk into United and your career evaporates because it's like there's something that I don't know. They talk about it almost in a way like they get sprayed with some dust or something that destroys their abilities as footballers. I think the situation in the club doesn't help. I think the pressure at United doesn't help. I don't think the scrutiny helps. I think those are all factors, but I think mostly, we're just really shit at buying players and buying proper players. And because we have such a terrible track record at it, it just looks like every time United get a player, something happens to them and they become horrible. But every time we get rid of the player, I mean, no Premier League club really buys them. I think the only one really is like a Lenga, right? But the rest of them, I mean, they usually end up going somewhere else. some of them don't even do, I mean, some of them haven't even done anything. A couple of them have done really good, and people are like, what is going on? And I could get how that happens, but I just think it's because we're really bad at buying players, and we're not buying the correct players, and it's because, like, for me, like, I look at kind of like what Ineos did so far with the transfers, because obviously these players, I mean, McTominay was one that obviously came through the youth academy and stuff like that, but like a lot of the other players were bought from the previous regime. And in terms of like Lenny and Maz, I mean, I think those were good buys. I think they had good seasons. I think they did good in their first season at Manchester United. So, I mean, one season in, let's see how they are in next season and the season after. Because I think you can say they were good now, but only at the end can you look back at the whole time and then be like, was it successful? Was it good? Dark Crow says, so owners aren't the problem. No, I mean they're obviously the problem. They're obviously one of the problems. I mean the owners are people that they hire everybody else that was in charge. So how do you judge the goodness or badness of a player? Performance. What they do for you in the shirt, and what they do for you in the league. Performance. What do they do on the pitch? I mean, it's for me, it's pretty simple. But no, I mean, the owners are obviously, a problem as well, because if you go back to pre-Ineos, because again, I still think obviously Ineos have their own problems, but in terms of recruitment, I think already the window and a half that they had, the players that they gotten are ready. They're already on a better track record, in my opinion, in terms of getting good players and the amount that they got than the entire previous regime. Because, I mean, they've bought absolutely ridiculous, and, the fees were shit. The players weren't good, and none of them worked. I mean, they're all bad. If we went through a list, and we should do one day, one show. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow if we do a live. And I'll grab a whole list of all the players, and we'll literally go through it. And I'm like fairly confident out of all the players, once we get through it, it'll literally be like 85 to 90%, 95% failures. So, Sancho's still flopping elsewhere. I mean, yeah, but shout out Box. Box is here, and Lions is here. And the day ones, the real ones, stick around. I mean, you guys usually do stick around, but stick around, till the end, because I need to talk to you guys. So I need to say something, but it has nothing to do with this stuff. So, but I hope everybody's doing well. And let me just move on to this sort of section now. And a lot of updates came from Mark Ogden today. So one of the things was that Ruben Amorim wants Manchester United to target players who will add pace, power, and athleticism to his midfield this summer. And I would say, and I would go as far as to say, not just the midfield, literally everywhere. But obviously, yeah, the midfield, because the midfield is very important. And yeah, you need that. But I would literally say all over. The entire squad needs more pace, needs more power, and needs more athleticism. And I would put in IQ. But I think that's kind of insulting if they put that in there. So I wouldn't expect them to do that. But yeah, I mean, 100%. But the update that followed that was sources have said that Amorim went into the Europa League final worried about his team's ability to match Spurs physically in Bilbao, and those fears were confirmed in midfield and attack. And like, I'm not one of those people to say like, I told you so, but like I was literally talking about this shit for weeks before like when we played Lyon and when we played Bilbao. I was literally saying how like if we play Tottenham, We have an issue against Premier League teams because the European teams, Spanish teams, French teams, whatever teams it is, Italian teams, they're slower, so we have more time on the ball, and they're less physical than the Prem. And when we play Tottenham, I mean, I know the players were shit, and Ruben got many things wrong, but I mean, Spurs were better shaped. They defended much tougher than us. They were stronger than us. A lot of the players like Mount and Rasmus couldn't get a foothold in the game because they couldn't outbeat physically the players. I think that's why when Xerxes came on, and I really did wish that Xerxes was able to, start, because I think Xerxes could have made a huge difference if we were able to use him for 90 minutes. Because when he came on with 20 minutes left, with his build and his ability to hold the ball up, I mean, the difference between what him and Rasmus were doing was like day and night, black and white, fire and ice, cold and hot. Like, it just was completely different. But we don't have the squad for that. We don't have the players in the depth or even in the immediate squad. Some people, obviously, people have been talking about, like, they should have kept Ugarte and Casemiro. I do agree. The problem a little bit is that while Ugarte is kind of like a little football, he still doesn't have the build. He's still sort of small, and he tends to lose the ball a little bit, whether it's physically or just passing wise. So, it just is something that we need to fix in this squad. Axe says yes, but he is training them every day, make them gain mass, make them run more. They're all top players. How was that not achieved? Well, it doesn't happen in 6-7 months, but I mean, there's an update about that as well. So, if you have a group of players that aren't doing the things that they're supposed to be doing, because again, I understand your point, Axe. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I try to look at both sides. And yeah, maybe absolutely, we should be doing things like that, and we should be making them more. But not all players are like that. You can't, again, it always goes back to me for like the fact that like you can train players and you can improve players, but there is a limitation. And that's why managers, no matter who it is, constantly buy new players, especially if they're taking over a team that isn't a successful one, that they need to transform the team. I mean, Klopp did it and Pep did it and everybody else did it. Arteta did it at Arsenal. Why didn't Arteta go in and train all those players? Because there's certain limitations for those players. You can only train them to a certain extent. It can only go to a certain period. If they don't have the natural abilities, if they don't have natural characteristics, if somebody is small and sort of weak, you can buff them up, but they're not tall. If they're slow, you might be able to improve their speed a little bit, but it's not going to be the same as somebody that has natural speed and is very, very quick. It's, it's only to a certain extent. So I think we have fairly limited players in a lot of different positions. I mean, just for example, like Uncle Cass, I mean, he's getting old, like, and he ain't getting any younger, and he ain't getting any faster. Like, there's nothing you could do for Casemiro, but he's somebody that we rely on. He's one of the players that we got to use. So, I don't know. Modern football being all about physicality shows how far football has declined, not about talent or flair. Well, the game has certainly changed. I mean, it's a lot of possession-based, right? And if you're doing possession-based things, you do need physicality, because you need to be able to handle holding up the ball and fighting off stuff. It's a lot less. Sometimes it's a lot slower paced as well. Box, it's not like back in the days where it used to be. You still get matches that are sometimes back and forth, but a lot of teams, they like to hold the ball. A lot of teams, they like to pass the ball around. So you kind of need that sort of characteristics for that to happen. So, Ice and Fire, House of Dragon Season 3 coming soon. Hey, don't give them promo. They don't sponsor the show. If they want to sponsor the show, we'll promo them all they want. But they don't sponsor the show. We're giving them free promo here. X says, I'm telling you, the biggest limitation deals with our manager. He doesn't know what to do, what to say, how to play in the EPL. He has downgraded most of the squad. I mean, it could be true, but I just don't think that at this current moment in time. I still think that he can improve the squad. I just think the biggest thing is that we never really had a team anyway. It wasn't a good team. Playing a 4-2-3-1 counterattack, they weren't really good. And I think we did poor in recruitment once again. And I think the fact of him coming in and playing the way he does, to your point, in a way, yeah. I mean, he's downgraded most of the squad because they can't play in that manner. So they're being exposed for their limitations. So, yeah, I mean, I agree to a certain extent, but I don't really care about the players. I don't care about really any of them. Handful, maybe. But at this point, I really don't care. I mean, they can sell basically almost the entire squad. I'm not going to shed a tear because I'm pretty much done with all of them. There's no way for them to buy back into this. Where I stand, they must all go. Literally barring like 5. But everybody else, and some not even for circumstances of I don't even think that maybe they're not good, but for the circumstances of I want this team actually rebuilt for once and for all and final. I want the biggest clear out ever. I want people sold. I want as much money as possible, and I want to get in as many new players as possible. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to happen, and I hope it does. But one of the updates that went into this from Rich Fay is that Sir Jim Ratcliffe has targeted a top 6 finish in the Premier League next season, and Ruben Amorim will be primarily judged on how close he comes to that, more so than the style of football his team plays. And I guess it kind of makes sense to the certain fact of that. I mean, if you're able to get a top 6 finish, we should be playing some type of a decently good type of football, style of football to finish top 6. So, I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. But obviously, we said this the other day, and we talked about the ramifications, and we're going to keep talking about it because it's going to be an issue till we get probably a little bit deeper and a little bit farther. 100%. We got to finish in the top. We can't afford, and this is why what happened Wednesday has made things a lot more fucked, because we actually can't afford. It's not about pride. It's not about the name of United. I mean, you can factor those in if you want, but at the end of the day, really, we can't afford to not be in the top 6 because of what happened. Because you can't afford to do it twice in 2 seasons. You can't afford to do it off of the back of a season where you finished 8th and off of the back of the season where you finished 16th. So we literally, like, financially and like club-wise cannot afford, because like we will be totally fucked. So, and for me, if this is what they're saying and this is what they're thinking, then I again will reiterate the point that if you're sticking with this man and this is your plan and you want him to finish top 6, then clear the house. Clean it out once and for all. Clean it out. Do it. We got to do it. We got to do it. Once and for all. It's got to happen. We've never done it. And I think now is the perfect opportunity, because The players have been absolutely 110% exposed to the maximum. There is no papering over the cracks because there is no cracks. There's giant holes all over the fucking place. And you can't paper over these things anymore. And that's why I think it's the perfect opportunity. But they got to seize the moment. They got to seize the opportunity. And they got to execute it properly and efficiently. And that's a lot of buts and ifs or, you know, whatever that they got to do. But they're in charge of the football club. This is what they signed up for. This is their job. This is why they are part owners. So go and do your job. That's all I have to say, really, on that. Just go and do your job. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to watch it unfold and see what they do. And then I'll give my judgment on it when we get to the end of the window and there's no more things that you can do in the signing. Because I'm not in charge. I have no say. I have no power, but it's up to them. So, you know, Judgment Day is coming. Judgment Day is coming. Boxes make football great again. I don't know how to... I can't pronounce that in like a word. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Box says we can't rebuild until we rid of the deadwood. Don't sell quality at first equals so counterproductive. But I'm saying sell them all. Sell them at the same time. Sell them all at the same time. Sell as many as you can all at the same time. Because I see a lot of deadwood there. So basically, most of the squad is deadwood, in my opinion. There's a couple players that aren't necessarily deadwood, but add them on, tag them on for the money. The more money we get, the more we can spend, the more players we can get in. You know? Sell the deadwood, but if we're getting 100 million, 120 million offer for Bruno, sell him too. Because we need the money, and this project needs that money. Sell Garnacho. If he's a problem and he doesn't want to be here and he doesn't fit the system, sell him. We got nothing to lose. We have a group of players that have finished 16th. You know, we might as well just try and start completely from fresh. You know, if you hit the reset button, that means that there's really no off limits. There really isn't any off limits. Especially if it makes sense and you could use it to reinvest into the squad. So, if Rashford and Sancho are still here in September, I'd be fuming. Well, that can't happen. That's not what I'm saying. You know, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying sell Bruno first and then we get stuck with Rashford and Sancho. I'm saying their job is they must get rid of all of them, as many as possible. And obviously, you know, start with the worst, but also you probably have to mix in some that, like we said the other day, maybe they weren't necessarily planning. Maybe they didn't necessarily want. But financially, and for the project as a whole, because we need to rebuild this squad, you have to add them in there now. You have to add them in there. Muga, make United great again. Well, that's hopefully the plan. I mean, I don't know how it's going to go, really, but we'll see. But this update also came on Mark Ogden saying, despite the significant impact on United's ability to overhaul their squad this summer, Amorim has been told that he will be back to make changes. So they're obviously clearly sticking with him. And this is why I keep saying, because of what happened on Wednesday, and because we lost the money, and because we lost the UCL pull, we must take drastic measures now. Because, you know, this ship is sinking. And it's sinking fast. And you got to stop it from sinking. So you got to take drastic measures. And I think that means selling people that we might not necessarily have wanted to sell. And I think that's why That's why I think that the outlook change. The outlook has to change. It must change. They must choose the other path. Um, before they were hoping again to have their cake and eat it too. We put everything on Europa League. We've had the worst season ever in the history of ever. We didn't deserve to necessarily be in the Champions League based off of what we did in the league, but we had a way out and we fucking blew it. And because of that, you can't have your cake and eat it too now. You can't. You can I you might not want to sell Bruno. You might rate him highly, but you know what? But now the circumstances are different. The circumstances are different. And if somebody comes with an offer for 100 and 120 million for Bruno Fernandes at the age of 31 in the current situation that the club are in, you have to take it. You have to take it. You have to. Me selling Bruno is nothing against Bruno. I don't like. It's not like I hate Bruno. It's not like I don't rate Bruno. But I'm just looking at the overall bigger picture, in my opinion, and that money will allow us to buy 3, 4, 5 players that you can add to the squad. Because if you get 100 million, you can literally sign a bunch of players off of amateurization and all that stuff. Plus including all the other sales. So the more money we raise, the more we can change the squad. And we probably won't get another opportunity like this either. I mean, he's also only getting older. And if Bruno stays, and our team plays like shit, and we don't change much, we have a shit season again, and he plays like shit, I mean, his value will just go down. It's another year off of his contract. So, we'll see. Lukaku makes it too. United are winning the league. United are winning the league. Let's go. Let's go. McTominay and Lukaku. United are winning the league. We're getting it done. We're getting it done. Line says, I'm still conflicted about selling Bruno. I get selling him for the funds, but they still need to spend it wisely and then convince players to come without flinging crazy wages at them. 100%. I think that's probably the biggest problem line. I think, like when I say it, I know it sounds, it sounds easier said than done. But I fully understand the complications that come with that. And that's probably the biggest worrying major factor because, again, even if you do it, right? Even if they do say we're hitting the reset button on the squad, but we're ripping this thing completely to shreds and we're starting over. They still got to get it right. They still got to get it right. They still got to get the correct players, like buy the correct players with the correct profile that fit the system, that can, have the attributes to play in the Premier League. So it's a massive job and it's not easy and they can fail for sure 100%. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too risque. And maybe I've gone a bit mad. But I just kind of feel like, at this point, I'm kind of just like, fuck it. I'm kind of just like, F it. Because I don't trust I don't trust this group of players. Basically 80% of them. I don't trust them. I can't trust them. I don't rate them. And I don't trust them to come back from this. I don't. So I think for me, it just feels like might as well take a gamble. Might as well take a chance and rip it up and try and make something new. Because, this group of players has gotten us to 16th with this manager in charge as well. And similar group of players, majority of them, they finished 8th with the other manager and they got him sacked as well. So, for me, it just seems like might as well just take a chance. I don't see how it could really get any worse because we won't get relegated. It's literally like impossible because the teams that come up just ain't good enough. And, it just won't happen. The fact that we finished 16th and we're still getting somebody like Cunha, like we won't get relegated. So, I say, just go for it. Why not? It's something that I've been asking and I've been wanting this club to do for quite some time. So, I'm here for it. Lion says, then if we do sell Bruno, who are the new players and who are the new players and the younger players looking up to? Well, I mean, I think people like Maguire and Casemiro will still be there because I don't think they're ones that are necessarily going to get sold. I don't think there's like too much interest in them. They're probably harder deals to do. And, there's a couple players that is probably hard to do, but I think there's a good amount that you can get out. And then, Cass and Maguire, they won't be around for much longer after that either because, they'll probably be here at the club for like 1 or 2 more seasons at the very most, probably 1 season and stuff like that. But it depends who you buy, Lines, as well. I mean, you can buy a little bit of experience. I mean, Cunha is experienced. He won't be necessarily experienced at United, but he is sort of an experienced player that maybe they could look up to. And it depends, a couple other players. And that's why they got to mix it up as well. They can't go too young. They can't just buy a bunch of 20, 21-year-olds and just throw them in the squad and say, we'll be good for the next 10 years. They got to build it properly. And nobody knows if they're going to do that. And it's a risk and it's a gamble because they can clearly fuck it up. I mean, it's not like they're like a supercomputer or something. They're gonna get everything right. The hope is that they get mostly right, a little bit wrong, and hopefully they don't completely fuck it up. Axe says, I would say this to the manager brought us to 16th with a group of players who got the manager sacked for being 8th, but okay. Yeah, again, but you just don't accept the fact that he plays a totally different style and these players can't play it, and you want him sacked for that, and I want the players sacked for that because they still suck. Like, they suck. That's just, you look at it one way, I look at it the opposite way. Lions says selling Bruno to Saudi would mean potentially 100+ million in the bank. The Saudi club won't be paying in installments. But this is the thing. The only thing Amorim failed at was not being able to stop an already declining team. I mean, again, for me, like, he definitely has his faults and he has inexperience. And I think probably the biggest things is he's not experienced to the Premier League. He came in here. He had to get adjusted to the tactics and the league and the football itself. And that was clearly, obviously, an issue. But that just goes back to the people in charge. I mean, really, I put most of whatever Ruben's gone on under, barring some, on-field decisions and stuff like that. But I put most of it on them because they're the ones that created this situation. They're the ones that did the things they did. They're the ones that gave him the ultimatum and said it's now or never. They didn't have to do that. They could have done it a different way. They chose to do it that way. And, things went the way it went. So now I feel like because they did that, it's on their heads to rectify this. And by rectifying it, I mean by rectifying and giving Ruben an actual better chance because they knew that. I mean, it's reported and it was said that they knew very well that, like, the way he plays, the squad doesn't fit to it. So they still went and hired him and did it. So the only thing that they can do now is going out and cleaning the squad and getting a squad that can play this sort of football. Because I think even if Ruben is sacked, the next manager to come in is still going to play something similar. It might not be a 3, but it'll still have to be a team that can be physical and has IQ and can actually pass the ball and can actually create chances and can actually score goals and can actually play as a team. And we don't have that regardless. So they got to do the job. Richard says, how about Sheikh Jassim? Well, I mean, I would take Sheikh Jassim every single day of the week. I mean, listen. If Sheikh Jassim came in right now and was to buy the club, I'm not gonna cry that Ineos is gone. I don't really give a shit. But the matter of the fact is that Ineos is here and Sheikh Jassim is not. And so we got nothing else to do but hope that Ineos do the correct thing. Because you could be Ineos out, and that's fine. But just like you being Ineos out, they ain't going anywhere. You know, they'll only go somewhere until whatever they're trying to do, ultimately 110% is like considered a failure. And at this point, like people are saying like it is failing, or it is a failure at this current moment in time, but there's not enough people that have bought into this. So it's not gonna, the pressure is sort of there, but it hasn't it's not, again, like Sir Jim said in that interview, like if he gets the sort of abuse that the Glazers get, which that hasn't happened. There's people against Ineos, there's people that are still believing in Ineos. It's still split. So until we get to a certain point, like for example, next season and maybe the season after, if the next 2 seasons are ultimate disasters and utter failures, then I think the entire fan base, which will be like 90% or 95%, is going to completely turn on them, and then they'll have to go. Like they won't stay. But I think at this current moment in time, it's still split, and people aren't going to change their minds until they see things transpiring and things happening. So until that moment and that time comes, there's really nothing. We just got to play it out, because it's not, nothing's going to really come from it by just saying I'm Ineos out at this moment in time. You're entitled to do that if you want, but I'm not going to waste my time and my breath crying about Ineos. I'm going to talk about what are the possibilities and what I think that should be happening, and see what comes out of it. But you know, if Sheikh Jassim came in with a bid right now, 8 billion, buy the entire club, and he came in, I mean, I'd throw a fucking party, because I wanted Sheikh Jassim. I didn't want Ineos. I didn't want Ineos full sale, and I didn't want Ineos in the deal that they have now. But the matter of the fact is that it happened, and there ain't nothing I can fucking do about it. So I got to get on with it. Axe says, I can't accept that. He only knows to play a completely incompatible style in the EPL and is hiding behind the players. Nah, I mean, maybe, but we'll find out, won't we? You know, we'll find out for sure, 110%, because if they do what they got to do, and they clean house, and they get players, and they get different players, and they get players that actually fit the system that people are saying we don't have the players for, we'll find out, right? We'll find out. I mean, if he does better, then maybe he's vindicated. If it's the same, or it's shit, or it's worse, well, then obviously, you know, we were wrong, and he was not good enough. You know, but we'll find out. We'll find out for sure. Lucky Singh says, I want manager, get season 2, and have 3 Premier League strikers, robust midfield. Yeah, get Jude. I mean, we're not getting Jude. We're not getting no more managers. I mean, but we will at some point, because I mean, again, they listen. The Ineos, they're trying to be strong right now. They're not trying to do a repeat of what happened with Ten Hag, where there was all this uncertainty and shit. They've made the decision already, and they're going with it. And again, I mean, this update here, if this is real, and this is accurate, and this is 110% truth, if we're in November and we're in 15th fucking place, and we're like, you know, 12 points away from top 6 in November, he will lose his job. He knows that. I know that. And everybody else knows that. They all know that. You know, it's just a fact. Like, he will lose his job. They will have to sack him. He will go, and they will go and get somebody else. Now, who they go and get after that, we don't know, because, you know, it's not the time for that. But I mean, it could be anybody. And then, you know, when that time comes, you gotta see how it goes. You got to see how it goes. Chad says this feels like a trophy if these two frauds leave. I mean, but it's more than that. It's more than that. It's more than that. You know, you don't rate them, but again, you know, Chad, I'm not trying to argue with you, but you are in the minority with Bruno, like for sure. But I mean, it's fine because that's your opinion. But just like most people rate Bruno and they like Bruno, and they don't want to sell him. But it goes beyond personal likes of players at this point because of what has transpired at the football club and the situation we find ourselves in, and that's why it doesn't matter anymore. You know, it's not about keeping your favorite player. You know, many people say we sell Bruno. Who do we replace him with? Like, how do you replace him? It's not about replacing Bruno. It's about building the squad. It's about building a team. It's about building an actual team. You don't replace. The point in selling Bruno Fernandes is not to sell Bruno Fernandes and replace him. The point is to sell Bruno Fernandes to get the money to build the squad. Like, and every other player. Like, you know, at this point, it's not, you know, back in the past, like, we used to say a little bit right after Fergie, like, oh, Carrick left and we never replaced him. Scholes left and we never replaced him. We needed players to replace them. We're not in that situation anymore. We're not even close to that. We're not even near that. Like, this team has failed. Bruno, I rate as a good player, and I think he's been a good servant to the football club. And he's probably been the best signing with the best track record post Sir Alex Ferguson, but the club as a whole is, and the squad as a whole is in an utter disaster. So if you sell Bruno, it's not about getting somebody to replace Bruno. It's about using the funds to build an actual team because we don't have one. Looking up to Bruno, who has won nothing, is not what our young players need. Oh, maybe. Lucky says, bro, I want Jean, Philippe, Mateta, Cunha, Yusa, Wisa, Liam Delap. I mean, those are a bunch of our targets. So, Kudus and Kakao. I mean, listen, Kudus, again, good player. And so is Kakao. But, you know, I'm not against those. I'm not against those players. I you know, at this point, it's get people. Just get people and get people out. That's what I want to see. No one can do nothing about it, bro. Gotta hope they got plan maybe. Well, they have a plan. It's just, is the plan good enough? And are they going to execute it good enough? That's just the thing that, you know, and you can say no because you hate them or you don't believe in them, and that's fine. But I mean, until we see it, nobody will actually know 100% because somebody that believes in it will say they can do it and they could be wrong, and somebody that says no and says they're idiots and they don't know what they're doing, well, they could be wrong too because it hasn't happened yet. We haven't seen it unfold. So X says, honestly, now Jassim was was the better of the two bad options, but estate ownership is not what we need. We need fan ownership model. Look at Bayern and Barcelona, for example. But X, I get that, and I understand that, and I would love nothing more than to get that. But I don't know how to, like, say this to you without trying. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but, like, that's like, it's just a fantasy. Like, it's never going to happen. There is no club in the Premier League, and there will never be a club in the Premier League owned by the fans. It's never going to happen. It's literally impossible. There's too much money in it, and it's just not a thing. I would love nothing more. I have always been envious, always, of teams like Porto and Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, because they are owned by the fans, and the fans have a say, and they vote people in, and they can vote them the fuck out if they do a bad job. And I wish that was the situation. But for us to get fan ownership at Manchester United, the Premier League would have to do something. And it's just, the fans can't even get, we can't get the money to get it out of the Glazers' hands. I mean, They're talking about Sheikh just maybe doing an 8 billion bid for Manchester United. What fans can afford that? Even if you took all the fans from United around the world, and you can't even do that because you wouldn't be able to get it to happen. But even if you did, I don't even know if we'd come close to that, you know? So, and it just keeps getting more and more expensive because they just keep getting more and more money. So, unless the league completely goes, bottom up and goes bankrupt, and then, maybe all the rich people that have all the money sell all the clubs and get out. Maybe that happens one day. But, at this current moment in time, there's just no possible way that that's ever going to happen. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's just impossible. It's not going to happen. Piers Morgan fake account. If any Muslim person present here, type, I don't know what that is. I'm not going to say it. So, I hope it's nothing bad, but, Pogba won Europa Carling Cup, but yeah, but I mean, I'm not gonna go down that path. I'm not gonna go down that path. That's for you guys to talk about. Rajat says, "Damn, Wirtz is going to Liverpool." Yep. I mean, but this is what I'm saying. But this is what I'm saying. Like, we are not in competitions. We're losing money like crazy all over the place. We are falling further and further behind. And that's why I truly believe we have no option. Like, we must sell as many people as possible and get as much money as possible and rebuild the squad as best as possible. Because if you're staying with Ruben, he clearly, this squad and him are incompatible. 110% incompatible. So if the decision is you either get rid of Ruben, which even if you get rid of Ruben, I still don't think the players are good enough. So you would still have to get new players for them to even do better, because I still don't think their team, this group of players, regardless of the manager, I still don't think that they can finish top 6. So I don't think they're good enough regardless. But you either sack Ruben. If you stick with Ruben, then the players must go. Because everybody knows this team and Ruben this group of players and Ruben are completely incompatible. So if you're choosing to stay with Ruben, then the players got to go. If you're keeping most of the players, then Ruben got to go. But it doesn't make sense to me in a certain way, because if you keep most of the players, I still think the players are still shit, and they're not going to get top 6 with whatever manager comes in. So, Barcelona is not fan owned. I think they are. Don't they vote in presidents? Like Laporta or whatever. Don't they vote people in? I just heard Bernie Sanders say the same thing about ownership of professional clubs. Don't dream capitalism is too real. Where did he say that? I don't know what Piers Morgan is saying. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. Bro, nobody is Muslim. If you don't stop, you're just gonna get timed out. Listen. We're not talking religion. We're not talking politics here. I don't... you want to talk Man United, go ahead. I apologize, but nobody knows what that is. Because as far as I know, I mean, I'm not Muslim, so I can't tell you what that means. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to talk United, but we're not talking about religion, and we're not talking about politics. So, Luke Shaw out. Says Lucky. I mean, yeah. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Lyle. So let me get back to these sources. So obviously we did the Amorim thing. But now we're going into Bruno territory and Garnacho territory. But before we do that, a little small update about Rasmus Højlund. And says Manchester United will happily let Rasmus Højlund leave for 50 million to 55 million euros. If somebody wants to do the conversion in pounds for me, that would be great. And Juventus sees him as a sensible target due to his low wage demands. United's valuation shouldn't be an issue, and that's coming from Sport Witness and Italian outlet. So, I mean, again, there's really not a lot of players that I would, I wouldn't sell Euro and I wouldn't sell Maz. I still would be against the selling of Kobe Mainu. And I'm trying to think, like Delit ain't going to go nowhere at this current moment in time. And yeah, I think that's pretty much most of it. But Rasmus hasn't been great. We paid a lot of money for him. It was probably a horrible buy. I saw a list yesterday. He's ranked in it. Top 10 in the top 10 worst signings in the last 5 seasons. If at this point, I think if we get this money, they said 50 to 55 million euros. Yeah, I also saw somebody else report, and I think it was Chris Wheeler, said that United would be happy to let him go for 25 to 30 million pounds. So, I mean, again, if we're hitting the reset button and we're clearing things and we're getting money and we're reshaping things, then, so be it. If we sell them, we sell them. If we sell them, we sell them. Why not? But apparently there's interest in it. There's actually serious interest in Italy. I mean, Juventus was one. Inter was mentioned the other day. And I think Napoli. So, could be. And maybe that's because maybe he fits the profile of Italy. And maybe we shouldn't have paid fucking 72.5 million for a player that had 11 goals and played like one full season in the first team. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Because obviously it hasn't gone well. So if Højlund that has to be considered right. If Højlund about 30 to 34 million, then fair. That will not be bad. It's okay. And this is what I'm saying. So if we could get these deals done, I feel like it's a lot of deals. I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to move. I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to do these things. I mean, obviously, we hope and we wish for them to move the quickest and fastest possible and do all these sorts of deals. But yeah, I mean, for me, I just look at that squad. I have no, not that I was ever player FC, but there was players that I kind of valued highly where I was just like, you can't sell them because we can use them. But when I look at the squad and I think about the squad now, there's really no feelings for any of them. I mean, they can all, like, that's how I really feel. Like, they can really basically all of them, they could all go. And I won't shed a tear. I'm not going to bat an eye at it at all. Because I'm just done with this group of players. I'm done with them. There's no more faith in them. I don't trust them. And there's no way for them to really get their trust back after what they've done. So, Lucky Singh says breaking Alejandro Garnacho will be leaving Manchester United. Napoli, Atletico Bilbao are interest in the player. Can you tell us who's reporting that, Lucky? Can you tell us who's putting that out? I mean, I'm gonna check, and I already have sources on some things. So, Ray's here. Ray says the only thing that concerned me that the young kids got worse under Ruben, and if you cannot teach the young one, I don't know. Well, I think, considering the situation at the club, again, I sort of look at it like it's a really big ask to get the young ones to perform at a really high level when the majority of the squad, people that are older and have more experience, when the majority of the squad is playing like shit and they suck, I individuals like a Garnacho or maybe a Menu, or maybe even a little bit younger, I think it's extremely difficult for them to even tr- try and have a good season, or good performances, because I just look at it and I'm like, if the squad isn't right and the environment isn't right, then you know, I don't know what these kids are supposed to do. Like, I don't know how they're gonna properly grow, because they're just, it just feels like you take them and you're throwing them into a pool of shit. Like, they're gonna be covered in it no matter what they do. They could hold their breath and they can try and not go under it, but they're still gonna be covered in shit because they're surrounded by it. And players that are older and more experienced and stuff like that and have more games than them, and they're not doing it, and they're on the pitch. This is a team sport. You have 2 3 young kids that are involved in the squad or in the team, and you throw them on the pitch, and you got 9 players playing like absolute dog shit and can't do things, and they're supposed to be leaders and examples, and they're not getting it done. Then I don't expect anything really from the kids. I could see how they might not progress properly. So I kind of just look at it from a squad aspect, squad dynamic. He can't teach anybody anything about EPL, right? Yeah, I mean, you literally don't know that though. You don't know that. You don't know that. It's not about teaching them about the EPL. It's about teaching them to play football, which most of them can't do because they're not good. Chad says Maguire can go. I mean, he can. I think he's just one of those that probably won't, because he's got like 1 year left in his contract or something like that. I think he'll just stay and then, like, just go for free. I mean, if somebody comes in and they give a good offer for Maguire, which I don't think will happen, but I mean, if they do, and United rate it, they probably might take it as well, if they're doing this sort of thing. So, Gray says, if it was up to me, I would spend the next 2 seasons getting rid of 75% of the squad. And that's exactly, and I agree, Grace. That's what I would do. And that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, when I say all of them can go, I mean, obviously you can't get rid of all of them in 1 season, but you should try and get as much as possible and get as much money as possible and bring in as much players as possible, or at least for the very least this summer, and give the manager probably the best chance to hit the target of trying to get top 6. And if he could do that, you go for round 2 in the next summer, because it shouldn't stop there. We should continue it after, and finish the process. But yeah, I mean, 75, 80%, I think they should be going. I think this season should be, this summer should be a major one for that. And then you finish it off. And maybe you do 1 or 2 in January as well. Maybe you get stuck with a player or 2 that you couldn't do it you couldn't do all of them there. Obviously now we have actually sort of a benefit of that, because we're going to have a smaller squad. So if we do get stuck with a player or 2 for whatever reason it be, I mean, it depends on the reason, but maybe we're able to sell a couple more in January, because we might not we don't necessarily need the numbers. It wasn't kind of like this season. Like this season, it hurt even more because we obviously loaned out Rashford and Anthony, and we bring in Dorgu, and we got rid of Malacia. So all we did was replace 1 left back, but we lost 2 squad players out of the squad, and we didn't bring any people in, and we were still playing 3 matches a season, 3 matches a week. So, next season is kind of like, there could be opportunities to do that as well, where we could actually maybe just sell in January. It's still difficult because teams tend to not really buy in January and they don't have too much money, and it might not materialize. But I mean, even if you could do something where you loan them out and then to buy, like we kind of did in this January. So, Chris Grace says time to build around the low. Chad says I will cry if Kobe or Euro goes. Well, I think nobody has to worry about Euro. I don't think Euro is involved in this in any sort of way. Unless somebody, again, I think money talks. Like, if Real Madrid came knocking tomorrow and they're like, we'll give you 80 million for Euro, or whatever, something ridiculously high where we basically make double, maybe they would consider it. Maybe they would still tell them no. But I think in terms of players that they don't rate and they want them to get out, which is a majority of them, I don't think he's part of that. I think Kobe is one where Kobe is more of a financial thing. I think they would want to keep Kobe because he's a young guy and he's from the academy and he's actually has good potential and he has good ability already at his age. The problem with Kobe is the financial aspect. It's pure profit. And you could probably get a decently good fee for him, 50, 60 million. That's the issue with Kobe there. But with Euro, I don't think there's really an option because somebody would have to come and they'd have to give us a lot more money than that. So, didn't Juan Maguire ever? Why did they do that damn deal? Because they're idiots. I mean, we had idiots in charge. So, they have a horrible track record. They have a absolutely the worst. I think they might have the worst track record in signings players in the history of ever, and that's the combination of Ed Woodward and his people and Richard Arnold and his people. They have the worst track record ever in sports signings. Like, they were so bad at their job. We could have got a dog to do a better job. We could have put players. We could have put baskets of players and threw a ball to a dog and had the dog hit the ball, and wherever the ball lands in the basket, the player would buy, and the dog would have gotten it better. They would have done a better job. Like, that's how bad they are. Like, they're really bad. Build a wall around Delo so he can't leave the dressing room. Well, speaking of Delo, spamming Delo emojis. Spamming Delo emojis. But let me get to the Bruno stuff, because I think this is one, we kind of already been talking about it. So, but before I do, I'll get to Grace's comment. And she says, I would play Ahmad in the left 10, Dorgu, left wing back, Menu in the right 10, or as a third midfielder in front of the two DMs, and then go sign two right-sided midfielders, Delo, right centre-back. You really think Delo could play right centre-back? I like him playing wing back. I think Delo is quite good at wing back. I think when Delo does what he's supposed to, which when he came on in the final, I mean, he was the only one that actually put in, he was on the pitch for, I don't know, what was it, 5-10 minutes? He was the only one that put in fucking decent crosses. He put in 3 of them, and, there was a whole 90 minutes before that, and nobody fucking put in a good cross. He came in, and I think he can do that very well. I like him as right wing back. I think he can play right wing back very well. Madrid is keeping Euro on loan at United. I mean, they might, but it's not really a loan because they got to pay. Like, we'll get paid for it, if it happens. It's not like they're gonna get him for free, unless he runs down his contract in 4 years' time and just walks for free. But yeah, I mean, think of it as a 4-2-3-1 with Ahmad left wing tucking in. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just hard to talk about that when we're not going to do it, but I get to Grace. But Bruno Fernandes, transfer updates. So this is kind of how it unfolded. I know, some of this might be like, well, we already know kind of the gist of whatever it is, but this is how it unfolded. Now this source, I don't really know anything about this source. So, I mean, but this source was one of them. And then there was obviously other people that followed suit and had things to say. So It went sort of like this, and it said Bruno Fernandes was awaiting for an improved offer from Al Hilal. And that's what his representatives communicated to the Saudi club this week. Bruno Fernandes is open to joining Al Hilal before the Club World Cup, as sources confirmed that the gap between the current bid and Fernandes' expectations are not that big. Following that update, Chris Wheeler got involved, came with a bunch of updates, said although Bruno Fernandes is happy at United, the prospect of a season out of Europe with a 25% wage reduction and no guarantees that the club can progress quickly under Ruben Amorim may convince him to accept the mega money deal. Again, I don't necessarily buy that though. I mean, does he feel maybe disillusioned sort of where the club is going? Yeah, I don't think it's to that. I really kind of feel like these things are not they're not the mitigating factors. I think Bruno has made it quite clear that if United want to cash in on me, then I'll leave. But I'm not really pushing to leave. But if they don't if they want to cash in on me, then I'm not gonna stay here. He's basically like, if I'm not wanted, then I'm not gonna stay. If you want me to stay, I'll stay because I'm happy to stay. But if you don't want me to stay, then I'm not gonna decline transfer offers and force my stay. I think that's what that is. I don't really buy this shit too much. I don't buy the 25% wage reduction. I don't buy that shit. Maybe it has small factors, but I don't think it's big enough for him to be deciding to leaving the club. I think the ultimate thing is it's really on United. If they decide that they need the money or they want to cash in on him, then I think he'll be like, all right, well, I'm going to go then. If they're telling him, no, we're not going to cash in on you. We want you to stay. We don't want to sell you. We absolutely 110% don't want to sell you. Then I think he just won't go. But I think United have been strongly considering this. I think they've been strongly considering this. Chad says Delo won Player of the Year playing introverted fullback under Eric Ten Hag, so playing right center back makes sense. 80 million is pocket change to Madrid. Well, kinda, because I mean they signed a bunch of players for free, so they have a transfer kitty. But you know what 80 million? You know what 80 million is in pocket change to us, because we're in a bad situation. So even if it is pocket change to them, it's big money for us. But yeah, Grace says Bruno is an assistant player. Well, I to an extent I sort of disagree with that, because I mean that means that he just literally won't be able to play. I mean, how do you play football if you're not a system player? There has to be a system out there that fits for him. I will say that I think that he doesn't fit Amorim's system. Technically, I actually don't think he actually fits it. I don't think he fits Amorim's system. He doesn't fit a good amount of systems. I think he's sort of an issue in that way, but I think there for sure has to be one system that fits him, because I just don't understand how can you be a professional footballer and you don't fit a system. So there's got to be a system out there that fits him. But I think the way he plays and the systems we had, I don't think he necessarily fits them. Still a good player. Still rate him highly, but I admit, like, I don't think he does fit Ruben's system. I don't think he fits in the pivot in Ruben's system. I don't think he fits at the 10 in Ruben's system. I don't think it's the exact qualities that the system calls for. So I don't think he actually fits Ruben's system. Now, I don't know. Ruben rates him very highly, and that's because most people do. I mean, most managers have done so. Ever since he's come here, every manager picks him, plays him the most. So clearly they rate his ability. But he obviously has a problem in terms of how his play style fits into the overall aspect of the system and the team. So I don't know. It kind of it's kind of similar in a way, and people are gonna go crazy when I say this, but I'm not saying it in that sense. So don't get carried away. But it's to a certain degree almost like Ronaldo, like Cristiano in his prime and his peak, right? Like 26, 27, 28 years of age. If you took his certain qualities from him, like his arrogance and selfishness, right? I mean, those things are quite problematic for players at clubs in general. Now, the only thing that overcomes that is that he would score 2-3 goals a game. I mean, he would literally win your game by himself. And that's because he's Ronaldo and he's the GOAT. And there was only one other player that would do that, and that's Messi. And besides them two, there weren't any other players that are going to do that. So those problems, you look at it and you go, well, he's selfish and he's arrogant, and technically in a team aspect, that is a problem. But because the guy can score 2-3 goals a game or literally win you the game by himself, it's kind of overshadowed. But Bruno is a midfielder, and I mean, he's not Ronaldo and he ain't Messi. He's not going to score you 3 goals a game, and he ain't going to just win you the match on a consistent basis throughout an entire season after season. He's not going to win them by himself. So, and it's just a different position as well. I mean, playing midfielder and playing striker and playing attack. So, he might have good abilities and he might have good qualities, but the way he plays the game is an issue for the overall team in a certain sense. So, I hope Amorim can adapt slightly, maybe 2 forwards and 1 number 10 behind, or 1 wing back deep and build up, and 1 high wing back in attack, etc. against bigger teams, not pressing too high. I think, again, I've always said, I think the more players that you get him with, the better characteristics, I think the more chance you'll probably see a better adaptability. Because that's how I view his system. Again, it's not really a traditional type of thing. Like, you have one main system, and then usually they might switch it up and they have like a backup system or something. But his things to adapt in his system, he needs the players with the certain characteristics that have different characteristics from each other, so they can impact the game in different ways. So I feel like if you just get the players, you'll probably be able to see a lot more sort of adaptability from that end, from what Grace is saying. And but also, yeah, I mean, like, at the same time, you can do that sort of stuff in the game as well, and he should probably do it slightly a little bit in certain situations. He could do it a little bit more. Like, in the final, we should have kind of started pushing people up more earlier, like, and kind of changing the shape a little bit. It'll still be some sort of a 3-back or whatever, but it really won't, because it'll be like a 2-back. When sending Maguire up there, and just slightly pushing people more forward and stuff like that. So Napoli wins the Scudetto, says Lyle. Congratulations, 24-25 Italian Serie A champs. Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Chad says, Eric, I can honestly say you one of the few that I can have a nice convo about United with. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, listen, I don't know. I don't really know what to say, other than I guess that's just kind of how I am. I have no problem with people that have different opinions, and I don't have to agree with them, but, like, it just is what it is. I actually, again, I do this because one, obviously I love United, but other than that, I thoroughly enjoy like conversation with people. And a lot of people sort of get fed up with it. Like I noticed that in real life. Like I'm one that like always wants to have some sort of a conversation. Maybe it's not always football, and maybe it's about life things or something. And there's a lot of people out there that they don't they can't do it. You know what I mean? They can't do it. Like it's like 5-10 minutes and that's it. Like their brain kind of shuts off. And it has to be like about something else or something like that. I thoroughly enjoy it because I just always like the aspect of like you might think and look at something one way and somebody might think and look at it the other way. Um and but they might say something that you never looked at it from that angle. And I'm always open to kind of like taking those things on and be like, you know what? Actually, I disagreed with that person, but actually they made a good point there. And then I'll think it out more myself, and I'll be like, you know what? Actually, maybe they're actually onto something there. And I just like that because I think without conversation, you're kind of just stuck in your own little bubble. No, like if you don't hear other opinions and you don't listen to people and you don't talk things out with people, you're just sort of in your own little world, and it's like I don't know. It just seems like it's not you're not getting like the full experience, really. But you're getting the Red Devil experience. You see that plug? That was awful. We'll never do that again. But to continue on to Bruno because we didn't finish. So Chris Wheeler again saying Al Hilal are ready to offer Manchester United a transfer fee of around 100 million. So again, I've been saying this for a few weeks now, and I think it's more so. I mean, I said it before because I still think, again, in general, before the final, I was saying if somebody offers you 120 million for Bruno Fernandes, I was like, I think you got to take it just based off of footballing terms. I mean, it's a 31-year-old player. He's great. I like him a lot. I have his kit upstairs. I don't hate him. He was somebody that gave me some excitement, especially when he came in. I wanted him to come in before because I rated him before. But in a general sense for football and for the club and for the betterment of the club, I just feel like, again, it's kind of like a Coutinho moment. It's like the money, at some point, everything has a price. And I'm just like, he could be good. People worry about replacing him and whatnot. But I'm just like, but this is football. And you know what? At one day, and not too far off, because I mean, he's 31. Like, we will have to do something without Bruno Fernandes. So like when people say like, but how do you replace him? I mean, but at some point, Bruno will retire and Bruno won't be a player at Manchester United. So what are we going to do then? Are we just going to like fold the club? Because we're going to be like, we can't survive without Bruno Fernandes. It's just like, no, like there's a player, for my football manager people out there. I don't know how many of you do a season where you take over, a smaller, lesser club that doesn't have much money, right? And maybe you're able to kind of build the club up, and maybe you pull off and you get this one really good player, right? And you have a bunch of sort of lesser, maybe a couple average players in the squad, but you got that one player who's definitely 110% your best player, right? But you're still at the point with a club where you don't have enough money because you're like, well, I really want a new right back. I really want this. We need to improve here. We're not strong enough to compete with the top teams. And you get that offer for your best player, and it's really good money from the computer. The computer offers you really good money. Like, you're looking at that and you're like, if I sell this player, yeah, I don't want to sell this player because he's literally our best player. Like, scores all the goals, best performing player for sure, ahead of everybody. But you're like, dude, if I take this cash, I can literally do, 10 deals where I buy the player, and you do the little thing with the buy on clause where you you give them a little bit up front, and then you tell them, we'll give you an extra, 15 million for the next 3 seasons, and that way you save all the transfer budget, and you can literally do like 12 deals. And that's what this is to me. Like, that's what I see this. That's, it to me. I know one's a video game and one's real life, but it's still basically the same at the end of the day. Like, that's what this is, and that's what this has become at this point. Chat says open conversation leads to a clear vision. Well, yeah, that's what I believe. Yes, but Liverpool had Klopp when Coutinho left. We have Amorim. Well, I mean, that's, whatever. But it's still two different circumstances. I mean, in the clubs, obviously. But Klopp didn't do it by himself anyway. Again, everybody says Klopp, Klopp, Klopp. But Klopp didn't do it by himself. I mean, again, the people behind Klopp and the people that the couple of people that came with Klopp, who did the recruitment and the buying for Klopp and got him the players and the selling. I mean, they did their job. If they failed and they did a shit job, Klopp would have failed, because Klopp wouldn't have had the players to do what he did. So you need both aspects. You need both aspects. I mean, obviously the manager's got to be good, but if you got people above you, or do you have a past history of people, not buying the correct players and not buying good enough players and removing the shit players, managers aren't going to go anywhere. It's the same thing for Arteta. Arteta largely was able to do what he did because actually Arsenal actually sorted their shit out together and had proper people, and was just like, Arteta, what do we need so that we can play this football that you want to play? Because, fucking Socrates and whatever other shit player they had that was there, they obviously couldn't play Arteta ball. They were really fucking shit. They were really bad at it. And, Arteta, why didn't he just coach them? Because he can't coach. You can't coach shit. And they removed all those players. They removed the problem players like the Aubameyangs and the Ozils, kicked them the fuck out of the club. And they did, and they did very well buying. They bought Saliba. They bought, these players, and then obviously you developed them from there. But those players, obviously, they had talent to be developed. So this is not Bruno Fernandes FC. No, I mean, it can't be any player FC. So we need to lap this conversation. No, Lucky just says a lot of things. I don't think Lucky's a bot. He just says a lot of things. But to finish out kind of this Bruno thing, Chris Wheeler again saying Bruno Fernandes has set a deadline of next week to decide if he wants to leave and sign a 200 million deal with Al Hilal, because he will be getting paid about 200 million. So the money is there. Al Hilal want an answer by the end of May and are increasingly hopeful that he can be persuaded. Again, I don't like how that's written, because how has Bruno set the deadline by next week, but Al Hilal are the ones that are saying that they want the answer by the end of May, which is next week. So I don't know if they copied this wrong from Chris Wheeler, because this is, again, it's aggregators, so it's pulling their words. I don't know if Chris Wheeler wrote that in that way. Maybe it was just the aggregator trying to not be like the rest of the aggregators and sort of, change a little bit of the dialogue, so it's not like copy and paste and stuff like that, but keeping, basically what he was saying. Yeah, I mean, the offer that was there is a lot. But one, Samsi works for the United Stand. They obviously have sources. They obviously have contacts. They're right about a lot of things. They get information before a lot of people as well. So regardless of if you like them or not, they do have contacts somewhere, and they do get information. And they also said that Al Hilal has made a great offer to Bruno Fernandes. The situation is open, and it won't be long before Bruno decides. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe this is happening because maybe United have already indicated that, they want to do it or something like that. Because ever since this sort of Saudi story broke at that point, um, he didn't play good. Um, he was actually playing, was actually having impacts on games, and then the Saudi story broke, and it was just like all form went out the window, and he just never performed again good. And the final was absolutely horrendous by him. Was one of the worst performances I've ever seen him give at this football club, and one of the worst performances I've seen somebody give, in a final for Manchester United. So, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But on to Garnacho. What are we at? Hour 40? All right, let's go through this quick so that the chat could talk about what the chat wants to talk about. Garnacho is likely to leave Manchester United. This is Rob Dawson. Garnacho's agent will now hold talks with the club to discuss his exit. We got Rob Dawson more saying Garnacho's representatives are expecting interest from Premier League clubs and Saudi Arabia. I mean, listen, sell him to Saudi. We'll probably get more money out of it. And we won't have to see him at a, rival club, I guess. But Fabrizio also coming live right before we went live. He said there are very concrete chances that Alejandro Garnacho will leave Manchester United this summer. We talked about this yesterday. Again, credit United Stand reported it first. They were the first ones to report it. They said that he was leaving. Everything else followed suit, pretty much saying the same. Today carried over. Fabrizio he had his 2 cents on it as well, but following up on that, and I do think it's done. I think it's done. I think it's done. Access Garnacho deserves better. I mean, if you feel that way, fair play to you. But I don't really have emotions for players. I'm concerned about my football club. I don't really have emotions for players. Not at this point, not anymore. Not after what I've seen from them. And there's been a couple stories that have come out against him as well, and how he's seen as a problem. His attitude is certainly a problem. I've seen a couple things that were saying in that manner, and you know what? To a certain degree, I mean, you're a fucking 20-year-old, and you played most of the season, and the manager was working with you, and the manager was giving you praise in press conferences, saying how you were doing better and getting better at things that he wanted from you. So it's not like he totally just stabbed you in the back because he wasn't doing those things. And I get you could be upset that you didn't start the final, but also there's a certain way to go about handling that. And you can't necessarily throw a fucking temper tantrum because you believe you're the best ever and you should be starting the matches. I mean, this is football and shit happens. Like, kind of get on with it. You can sulk and bitch and moan all you want, or maybe just fight harder. It happens to players. Should they be happy about it in the moment? No, but I just feel like the way it's gone with Garnacho, he pretty much was like, I didn't get started in the final. I played 20 minutes. Fuck you, I'm leaving. So, I mean, we don't really need that at the football club. I mean, if you can't accept something like that happening, then you shouldn't probably be at the football club. It's not a good aspect to have. Again, because only somebody like Ronaldo can do that sort of thing, because it's fucking Ronaldo, and Ronaldo does what Ronaldo does because he scores fucking 3 goals a game, and he scores you 60 goals a game, 60 goals a season, and he wins you the trophies. Garnacho, you haven't made it yet. You can't really be acting. You can't really be acting like a prat. Really. So yeah. Scott McTominay, the Serie A MVP. Well, I mean, he has played fantastic there. So, um, he has played fantastic there. So, I mean, I don't keep up with Serie A, so I can't say that I'm surprised or not surprised, really, because I don't really watch too much of it to know if he was the best performing player. But I mean, he was playing very, very well, very good. Italian journalist reporting the story. Is he really? None of us would have picked Mount over Garnacho. I don't know about that. I mean, if you want to gauge that, go find, all the tweets of all the big people, with the big accounts, with the big United fans. Go back to all the, the channels and the chats, and go look at when the lineup was announced, and go look at the reaction. I think there was some people that were like, Garnacho should have started, but I don't think there was to the extent of what it was after the match, I think it increased after the match, but I don't think it was to the extent that it is now, because things happened. So, yeah, he just got presented the trophy, high scoring midfielder in the league this season. Yeah, I mean, he did. He scored a shit ton of goals. So yeah, good for him. Again, I mean, somewhere there's a video on this channel where I said that, probably right before we sold him, or when we sold him. So, around that time, there's definitely a video of me saying that he'll do exceptionally well in this area for sure. And, even for Anthony, I mean, I don't know how many of us, I mean, I said it, but I know Lions said it, and I know a few other people said it as well. I mean, before we even sent Anthony on loan, before it was even like a thing that was like actually going to happen. I remember, I don't know how many people used to say it, but people used to say that they believed that he would fit La Liga football quite well. So, I mean, we knew these things and we could see that, but, United, or the people in charge of United, I mean, they couldn't really tell if he was good for the Premier League or not. So, but these other updates, so apparently Muppeteers, again, I don't know who their sources are, but they tend to do a good job, so people respect them. So they came out and said Manchester United want to sign 3 forwards this summer. They firmly believe that the huge factor why they finished so low comes down to goals. I mean, it is definitely a major factor. I think obviously there's other problems, and I don't think they could say that it's the factor. It's definitely a big factor. It's definitely a huge factor. I wouldn't say that it's the huge factor. I would say it's a huge factor. I think there's some other huge factors. Because again, I mean, if you can't score fucking goals, which not only is this a problem for Amorim, but it was a problem for Erik ten Hag. And even before that, I mean, there was periods and times where we couldn't score goals. Sometimes, we had that period under Solskjaer where we scored a bunch of goals and we were playing good football, but it dried up and it went away. And Mourinho was one that suffered. We couldn't score quite a good amount of goals. Van Gaal couldn't do it either. So basically almost all the managers had problems with the goal scoring for all this time. But yeah, obviously, I mean, if you can't score goals, you can't win games. It doesn't matter how you play. It doesn't matter what you set up in. You're going to lose matches and you're going to drop points because you can't score goals. You need to score goals to win games. I mean, that's just like 2 + 2 = 4. So definitely a huge factor. Now, when they say 3 forwards, when they say three forwards, it from the indication that I got, which I don't know where this went, but apparently they were saying that it was 2 10s and a striker is the forwards. Because when I saw this, I got excited and I was like, holy shit, they're doing what I said. 2 strikers. And I was like, I'll go for that. But then I seen one of the updates, and I think it came from Muppeteers after, but I forgot to include it in the show. They followed up by saying that the three forwards would be 2 10s and 1 striker. And I was like, oh. But I was like, I mean, I guess if Cunha is one of them, I mean, he can, I guess, play striker as well if you need him to. And he's played that before, so it's kind of like 1.5, I guess, and 1.5 in the other direction, if you want to split it that way. But I was happy because I thought we were getting 2 strikers, especially because the news that like we're looking to sell Rasmus. I was like, they're gonna do what I said. They're gonna sell Rasmus. They're gonna get the lap, and then they're gonna go and get another striker, and they get Cunha. I'm like, and we're chilling, and we're looking good. And we're much stronger in that aspect. But apparently they want 2 10s. So I don't know. We'll see, you know, what that means exactly. But this update, and this was Muppeteers, or maybe this is what they this was the other update from Muppeteers. Apparently the club thinks too many players in the squad are settled being crap. No matter what they say, they feel they have made it and don't really care about doing better. I mean, you know, to steal a line, slow sports fucking news. You know, we've only been saying this for years now about the players. I'm still saying it now, and that's literally what I've been saying this whole show, the other show before that, and even prior to that. I mean, not to the extent that I've been saying in the last couple of shows since we lost the final, but certainly, I mean, yeah, definitely 100%, definitely feel like they're settled at being crap because they are crap. And they probably do say a bunch of bullshit, but they probably don't put in the work as well. So they probably say a bunch of things, you know, to the press or to the media or to the fans. But they don't, you know, they don't really care about doing better. Because if you really cared about doing better, you'd put in the work to do better, and then you'd do better. But you know, they obviously don't do it. So, yeah, I mean, I hope wherever the Muppeteers got this from, I hope this is accurate because that means that they are eyes wide open. That hey, these players are actually shit, and we actually need to clean house. Hit the reset button and get rid of these fucks out of the club. You know, and maybe we'll do it once and for all, hopefully. So, but that was the last update. So, if you guys want to, you know, get involved in the chat, we're at 19 likes, by the way. If you haven't smashed the like button, make sure you hit the like button. But if you guys want to talk about anything in particular in the chat, you know, get chatting away, get involved in the chat, because this is the part. It took a little bit longer to get there because we had some good conversation going. So, but I mean, you guys can talk about whatever you guys feel like you want to talk about. So, I'm just going to check for any quick updates that we got while we went live to talk about them, and we can kind of just, you know, freestyle it from there and talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. So, if you have any questions for me or anything like that that might have been sort of off topic for today's show, and what we were talking about, you know, go ahead and ask away. I'll answer whatever you ask. So, there is this story that I wanted to do, but it's an article. So, I need to read it, and then I need to tell you what's good. So let me read this. So, somebody's written an article, and again, I don't know. I mean, this person's not really. It's not like Fabrizio or anything like that. But apparently, there's an article going around. This is by one of our aggregators, so it's a big United aggregator. They have their own article. They do their own. They write their own articles and shit. They have their own writers. I mean, the person that wrote this article, his name is Vikram. So I mean, it's not Laurie Whitwell. It's not Fabrizio Romano. I mean, we don't even have his last name. His name is literally just Vikram. So we don't know who the fuck he is. Really. But there is this article that they have written that they are saying, speaking on Football Insider's Track podcast, Keith Wines, the former Everton CEO and current football consultant, believes Sheikh Jassim could revive his interest, saying, "I've had 2 people call me asking if Sheikh Jassim could come back in again," he revealed. And he said, "I think he could. We've seen the mess Ratcliffe has made. He may decide the time is right." And he followed on by saying, "When you look at NFL franchises at around 10 billion, then United have to be worth a similar amount. At that number, I would consider the Glazers to be sellers." That's what he said. And obviously, he's got no connection. He also said that he believes a new offer would have to hit 7 to 8 billion range to tempt the Glazers in a deal. I agree with that. Obviously, he doesn't have connections to Sheikh Jassim, so this isn't like something that's like, bubbling on the surface. It's a man's opinion. That was a CEO of Everton. But actually, I think he's absolutely right. I think if they were to come back in and they were to put that money out, probably, for me, I would say 8 billion to 10 billion. I think the Glazers would probably maybe sell. I think there would be a very, very excellent chance, because the reason why they didn't sell in the first place was because they said they wanted the 6 billion, which they didn't hit. They were offering them 5 or slightly below 6. They said for 6, but the biggest argument was United will be worth 10 billion in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's why we want 6 billion for now. And I mean, if they offer that money, the Glazers will probably 100% take it. And then I think also there's nothing Sir Jim could do about it, because I think that clause that they had is expiring in the next 2-3 months. So maybe they're waiting also. I mean, that could be a possibility. It's far-fetched. I'm kind of just, clutching at straws here. But if it's true that there's a clause in the deal that they made that in the next 3 months, Jim won't be able to block the Glazers selling. So if somebody comes and offers the Glazers 8 billion and the Glazers accept it, that means that Sir Jim gets paid out as well, unless he matches it, which he probably can't or wouldn't do so. But he can't block the Glazers from stopping it. He can only offer the same amount of money and take the club completely himself, or he can, or basically he just gets paid out, with the Glazers getting paid out. So whatever, if they sell it for 8 billion, whatever the share price is. So if it's like, $38 a share, so Jim Ratcliffe will also get his 28%, $38 a share, and he's out, and they're out, and the other people are out, and everybody's out, and they're in. So I don't know. Maybe they know about that clause, and maybe they're waiting so they can't get blocked, so they could just go straight to the Glazers and be like, "Fuck you, Jim," and tell the Glazers to fuck off. I mean, that'd be cool. It's probably unlikely, but it's probably unlikely. Lyle says, "Drop a like, subscribe, get in the Discord." Yes, if you're not in the Discord, you're missing out. on all the good conversation after hours and off hours, and you're also, you know, not being kept up to date with when we're going live. The transfer news, I mean, we're constantly putting in, you know, as soon as they tweet it out, we're putting it in the Discord. We're giving you the latest updates, you know, even when we're not live. And there's tons of good conversation that goes on in there as well. Many channels in there, all for different types of things related to United, of course. And even a couple things that aren't related to United, like wrestling. And we got a memes page as well, a memes channel. And we got the kitchen. We got the kitchen as well. So, yeah, I'll pin that for anybody that needs that. You just click that link and it'll take you directly there. Lyle says, Eric, you missed my comment yesterday. I did. I'm sorry. I remember reading this now that you said that, and I never answered it because I don't remember. So what was my father's reaction to the final? Well, actually, I mean, obviously he was upset, but he wasn't he wasn't angry in terms of like how he usually is, where he's yelling and screaming because he's upset. He was highly disappointed. You know what I mean? He was highly disappointed. And I'm gonna be quite honest. I mean, my father's kind of he's kind of been at a loss for words. And kind of at a loss of an opinion about things. Kind of like everybody else, but I mean, he's never really been like this because he's very opinionated about his things, and he always has something that he believes in or thinks of that he believes in. But talking to him the past couple days about it, I mean, he hasn't really had any sort of strong statements like he usually does, and I think that's because, like everybody else, it's just so unknown. Like, I mean, like, how do you fix it? Can you fix it? Like, what's gonna happen? I think everybody kind of just feels like, again, like I said yesterday, like the club is. Everybody sort of just feels like everything is up in the air. The club is in absolute free fall, and it's just like nobody knows the real direction and what's happening and what's gonna happen. And when you're in that situation, it's kind of hard to make up your mind about things because the club, especially after the result, I think most of us were like, we're gonna win the final, and we kind of had this pathway of like, all right, we go there, we win the final, we get in Champions League, and then we go do this, this, and this. And then after it happened, it's just like, well, now we're so fucked. It's like, what can we do? And what are we going to do? And how are we going to do it? And like, what's happening and what's going on? And it's just like, no, you don't really know. It's hard to make a determination. Like for myself, I still don't know what's going to happen. I just have sort of this plan, but I mean, that I kind of feel like that they have to do. But it's really the only thing that I can really think of at this moment in time. Is the clearing house, and trying to get as many, top players as possible. So, Axe says, I think it's fake news. Sheik has already failed. The Glazers denied the sellout for $6 billion. Well, there's discrepancies about that, Axe, because apparently a bunch of the journalists said they never hit $6 billion, and it was below $6 billion, and the Glazers held out for $6 billion. Again, for me, I've always stated that they used the Sheik, and their bid to up the value of the club so they could get a higher partial investment, because they always wanted a partial investment. They never actually wanted to sell. I think, again, if somebody came along and maybe gave them 6 or 7 or 8 billion, something ridiculous, that was like basically double to almost 2.5 to 3 times the actual price. Because remember, before, if you go back and look, before the Glazers said they were looking to sell or get partial investment in, Manchester United were only valued at 3 billion. Now, I'm pretty sure Forbes just released, if it wasn't today, it was the other day, Manchester United is valued at 6 billion. Why is Manchester United valued at 6 billion? You know, because they had somebody put in an actual bid of about 5.5 billion or something like that. We're 16th, so we shouldn't be valued 6 billion. We're losing money. We've lost money 4 years in a row. So we shouldn't actually technically be worth 6 billion, but the Glazers have somehow managed to, again, go through a loophole in the system and basically exploit it, and they've essentially doubled the value of the fucking club, and nothing has happened. I mean, we still have Old Trafford that's falling apart, and they haven't touched. They did the small renovations here and there, but nothing major to make the club go from an estimated 3 billion to an estimated 6 billion. The only thing that happened was because somebody actually put real money bid, and then that's when they were like, well, look, we're like, because everybody else that was doing partial investment, obviously they're going to argue and say, well, we think the club is valued at this. And the Glazers took that and go, well, you can think whatever the fuck you want, but we have this guy literally offering 5.5 billion in cash. So that's what it's valued, not what you value it at. You could value the club at 3. You could value it at 4. You could value it at 5. But the value is, at the very least, what this person's offering, which is 5.5 billion. Then they went a step further, and they were like, not only is it valued higher than you're valuing it at, but actually we also value it higher than that, and we say that United is going to be worth 10 billion in the next 5 to 10 years. So actually we have an asset that in the next 5 to 10 years will be worth 10 billion. So why should we sell it to you for 5 or 6 when we can hold on to it and it'll be valued more? And they just like played the system and played the game, and they played both sides, and they got what they wanted. Elias says Sheikh Jassim doesn't exist, in my opinion. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I mean, I think if he doesn't necessarily exist, it's to the fact of not because, let's put it this way. If he doesn't necessarily exist, it's not because the Glazers made it up. If he doesn't exist, it's because of fucking Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry, it's because of Qatar. Because I think Qatar was actually kind of smart. I mean, Axe mentioned it before, and they don't want, many people don't want state-owned, ownership. And I think they came up with this sort of thing where they picked up a guy that is pretty much maybe a nobody, and isn't even necessarily real. They just called him, his name is Sheikh Jassim or whatever. Maybe his name is Jassim. Maybe his actual name is actually Jassim. And maybe they just used him kind of as like, it's kind of like a avatar, like a profile picture. Like, it's not, the bid was obviously coming from the country itself. Like, it was clearly coming from their government. But I think they were quite aware, and they probably thought we'll probably get more support if it's like, if we try and kind of separate it, where it's like, nah, but like, yeah, this guy has connections, but actually, it's actually a guy. It's not actually the state. And he's a Manchester United fan. You know what I mean? Like, so if he is fake, it was basically probably a front from Qatar to try and, just get, I guess, more support behind them by that. But I don't think like the whole Qatar thing, like he might be fake, but I don't think like the Qatar thing was fake. I don't think like, I don't think those things, they weren't just like being made up. It wasn't just like, Qatar never made a bid and it didn't actually exist and stuff like that. But I mean, it is quite sketch because I mean, you know, at the time when it was happening, if you typed in Sheikh Jassim, there was only like one photo of the guy. And then, you know, obviously people were like, that ain't even him. And then people people found two more photos, and then people were like, that's not even the same guy. So it does seem weird to that aspect. So, you know, it does. There is a drag along clause or something like that, yes, with Ineos, that if a buyer comes in, they get roped into the sale. Yes, I read that. And that's what I was talking about. So that apparently expires in the next 2 or 3 months. Where not that not that that expires. What expires is, for example, if somebody came in right now and they offered Glazers the money, so Jim can block that shit. He can stop it. After that expires, he can no longer block it. All he can do is either match it, because he gets first kind of, he gets, you know, it's kind of like with the player, you get like first say, I guess, because he's involved. He already owns a percentage, so he has the opportunity to match it, and then he would take it. And if he can't match it, then he can't be like, well, you Glazers can fuck off. I'm still going to stay here and hold out on this 28% and refuse to sell to whoever is selling, because there's something in the legality of it as well. It's part of the reason when I read it as well. So Jim's original bid, he wanted to pay the Glazers a certain amount, and he wanted to pay the other people with the other shares a different amount. And you can't do that. That's illegal. That's why that kind of thing also fell apart at a certain aspect, if I remember and I read it correctly, which I'm pretty sure I did. But yeah, it was something like he was trying to offer the Glazers a certain price for the shares. He wanted to give the rest of the people that were share owners, he wanted to give them a different price. And under SEC or FCC rules or whatever the fuck it is in America with the you can't do that. It's against the rule. It's against the laws. Like, so you legally can't do it. So he couldn't do that. So it got kind of fucked. Fox says, I met a man at the pub. He said he was Sheikh Jassim. Well, maybe. Hey, maybe it was him. Good to see you here. What the fuck? One more game, Lucky. Yeah, one more game. Want to focus on the transfer window, we need to clean out the squad. Well, that's, you know, what I've been saying. Box says, I'd like a 2-year preseason with 5 transfer windows before we play football again. I mean, it does feel like that. I mean, you know, I at this point, Box, I kind of agree. I mean, if we can kind of just, you know, if we can kind of just skip the playing, but just build the team in the next 2 seasons, or like the next 2 years, you know, with like all the transfer windows, and kind of just skip the football so that we could be in a stronger position. You know, because I kind of feel like regardless of whatever we do, anyway, it's still going to be a struggle of a fucking season next season, one way or the other. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Ruben's here. Doesn't matter if the players aren't here and we sell the players, or the players are here and we don't sell a lot of them. I still think, coming off of what has happened the last 2 seasons, I just think it's still going to be a very hard and difficult season. Hopefully it's one that's more positive than obviously this one. And maybe we get surprised and we get a top 6 finish. But I still think it's going to be hard, man. Looking for us, buy strikers, Brentford, buy player like Marana, Wharton. Well, Wharton's a lot. I don't know if we'll be able to get that done. But Lyle says, United World Tour to raise funds. Work on the squad. Sounds good to me. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have like you know, not to give Sir Jim Ratcliffe any ideas, but I mean, if we're pimping out the club, we could do like, you know, world tour. We could have like Harry Maguire playing the fucking guitar. you know, in the stadiums or something like that. We'll put Maguire on the drums. He'll use his head to bang the drums. We'll give I don't know, we'll do like a concert tour, I guess. We'll have some of the players. Uh we'll get Lenny on the microphone. Um I'll just do a world tour. We'll just pimp them out. You know, we're desperate for money apparently, so um if we had 2 years of weekly Asian tours, we'd recoup 884 million. Don't give them any ideas. Don't give them any ideas, Box. Next thing you know, it'll be like Super League 2.0. Manchester United have left the Premier League to go play in Asia for the next 2 years. So they can get 884 million, and then they're gonna come back to the Premier League with the fucking money. And then be like, screw you PSR, screw you FFP, we got 884 million, we're buying fucking everybody. We're buying, we got 884 million. We're buying one of the smaller clubs in the league at that point. Which is obviously conflict of interest, so I can't do that. But what did Lion say? Ollie Watkins and Eze. You want? I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know. I'm gonna be quite honest. I don't really know how to feel about Ollie Watkins. I don't say he's a bad player, but for some reason, I don't really rate him. Like, and not that I don't rate him. It's just like, maybe it's the aura. I feel like it's the aura. He doesn't, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Cause he's not a bad player. He scores goals. And he's done quite good. So it's not like, I'm not saying he's shit. It's just something about him. Doesn't give me that like sort of spark when I think about Ollie Watkins, like as a player, when I'm just like, yeah, fucking, you know, I don't know why. Because I see tons of people banging on about Ollie Watkins, and I'm like, I know he's good, but like, I don't know. It's just something like, I like Eze. I think Eze's real good. I'd like Eze for sure. Like, when I think of Eze, I'm like, yeah, get him in. I think he's very good. I feel like he's super impactful for sure. But just like, I don't know, something about Watkins just doesn't butter my toast, if that's a saying. I don't think that's a saying. It might be a saying. I'm sure there's another one, but I can't think of one. So, I'm still keeping Hoyland as a backup. I mean, fair enough. How far behind am I in the chat? One last year. Lucky Singh. Maybe he is called Barry. Lucky Singh, can you please sell Rashford, Sancho, Malacia, please? Yes, Lucky, can you please sell them for us, please? Rashford, we will look to sell Tottenham, Barca, maybe Dortmund. Please get it done. We need to sell them. We need them gone. We need them gone. Lyle says exactly every single article, post, or whatever has the same image of Jasim. Yeah, I mean, I noticed that at the time that it was going on, so I always thought it was weird. But I never bought into the fact that, like, people were like, Jasim doesn't exist, like, the bid is fake. Because people were saying, like, the bid was fake. I was like, but no, because when they went through the process, again, the legalities of it, to the point that they got to, you can't have a fucking fake bid. I mean, you literally can't. Like, the bid has to be confirmed somewhere, like, on paper, legally. Because, like, you can't, because otherwise the Glazers would just find somebody and pay them some money and tell them, come in and, you know, put in a fucking £7 billion bid so that we can, like, you know, rip these guys off and get them to pay more for their initial investment. And obviously, that's fucking highly illegal. You know, there's laws to prevent that shit from happening. So I don't think the bid itself was fake. I think he was just a guy that they got to prop up because they were already very aware that people were against state ownership. And they were like, well, if we put a guy out there, like, obviously he's going to have connections to us. Because, you know, how else is he going to have the fucking money? But when you look at it, like, people would be like, well, yeah, he's from there and he has connections, but he's an individual guy and he's a fan of Manchester United. Like, you know? And I think that's probably because they did a little bit of research and homework. And many people were saying for quite a numerous amount of time, they're like, we need somebody that is a billionaire that is also a fan of Manchester United. And I think that's what they were trying to serve us. Now, it would have been interesting if they actually got it, because, I mean, if that guy didn't actually exist, you know, who is that photo of? And then, like, when they win it, like, how would you play that off, though? Because the guy, that person, whoever that picture is, that person definitely has to exist. Because that person definitely has to be the puppet or the face of the club. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, it's Sheikh Jassim, and then, like, they buy the club, and then Sheikh Jassim has to go do what Sir Jim Ratcliffe did, where he did, like, interviews and appears in public. And everybody's like, dude, that's not the guy from the fucking picture. Like, who are you? You know? So, like, I don't know. It's weird. It's strange. Was Jassim AI? Yo, it could have been. But that's the point I'm getting to. Like, it's like, if you did do AI, it still wouldn't make sense to the point like, how do you sell it to the, like, even after it's bought, though, you would still have to, I mean, it's not a good starting point. Number one, you're lying to the entire fan base and you're making up lies. So, you know, that's already a point. You're breaking trust there. But then also it's like, how would you would have had to spin that to be like, you know, the photo of him was, like, not the correct photo or something like that. It was misinformation spread by, you know, incorrect journalists or something. And then they tell you this is actually Sheikh Jassim or some shit like that. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I feel like you can't have, like, the image of somebody circulating and it not be real. And then they buy the club and then somebody that looks nothing like that or somebody totally different pops up and goes, yeah, actually, I'm the one that bought it. And everybody would be like, fuck off, you know? Or maybe they were just hoping people wouldn't care, because at that point, whoever the guy would have just came in and been like, that's gone. We're spending 700 million. Who's in? And everybody's like, you don't look like Sheikh Jassim, but we don't really give a fuck anymore. Let's go for it, you know? Like, which I feel like a lot of people probably would have done anyway. Did Malacia not perform at PSV? I don't know. It's a good question. Did he even play? I didn't hear a word. You know, not for nothing, but, like, you know, our aggregator accounts, they did Sancho watch, they did Anthony watch, they did Rashford watch, even though some of them talked a lot of shit about them while they were still at Manchester United, but then they go on loan and they're like, oh, we're doing Sancho watch. I mean, like, who gives a fuck? You know, that's another thing that I don't understand. Bro, like, the guy's not at our club anymore. Why are we watching an individual player play for some other club? Who cares? You know, if they do good for them. But we're really wasting our time that we're going to go watch the matches of a team that we don't support and that we don't normally care about because they have one of our players that wasn't even playing good, playing in their fucking club. You know, that's some shit that I don't understand. Like, yo, I'll keep tabs. I'll be like, oh, Anthony scored a goal. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll look at the video if it pops up on Twitter or something. I ain't going to sit and watch 90 minutes of Real Betis because Anthony's there. I could give two shits. I mean, he played like shit for us. And you know, whatever he does there, good for you. But you ain't watching. You know, you're not in United, kid. And I don't care about Real Betis, so I ain't wasting my time. You know, I'll watch some other matches, like some of the top. You know, if it's like Inter versus AC Milan or like Barca versus Madrid or something like that, or Bayern, whatever. Like I'll watch a couple matches here and there. But for me to go and sit and watch Real Betis every time they play because Anthony's there now, like what? Or go and watch Chelsea because now Sancho's there, and I'm so interested to see how he does. I'm like, dude, I'm not interested because I watched him at United and I saw what he gave us, and they were shit. So I don't care what they do at another football club. I always found that strange that people do that. Maybe they do it for clicks. Maybe they do it for interaction. It is Twitter at the end of the day, of course. So we already accept offers when bids come. Dude, Singh is doing Singh. Singh is lucky. Lucky is it. Dude, Lucky is going with the negotiations all the way, dude. This guy, you know, move over Favel. Like Lucky is in here. He's already getting all the shit going. He's telling everybody we're ready to accept the bids. You know, we're waiting for you to put them in. Put them in. Um, bids for who? I love what's going on in this chat right now. Angelo Stiller Stuttgart, another centre-mid German international to look at, will be ready to play. That's why he ain't doing the butter. Shaw is doing the butter. Ray says look for potential, not names. Well, 100%. I mean, but not even just potential. You got to couple it with some other things, you know? Who would you buy? Ray says other clubs buy unknown players. Yes, good point, and make them good. Players we buy good players, supposedly, and turn them to shit. No, but I agree, like 100%. I mean, you know, and you know, Ray says look for potential, not names. No, but I agree 100%. But this is what I've been saying. I think many people have been saying this sort of stuff for quite amount of time. You know, and this is where I disagreed with Axe before, because he said we used to buy shit players for 100 million, and now we're gonna use 100 million to buy a bunch of shit players. And I'm like, but no, but like, you know, I mean, they could do that. They could buy a bunch of players that are shit as well, but no, I mean, like Ray is saying, like we should be doing things like other clubs buy unknown players. I mean, a lot of us have been saying that sort of thing, and we haven't been doing it. And you can do it because other clubs do it, and there's always players out there. But you can't do it if you don't have the people in charge, if they don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know, if you have stupid people that are bad at recruitment, they're never going to be able to do it. And that's kind of the hope with these guys in charge, because they're like, well, they got to be better than a fucking, you know, a banker. Although some people might switch out the B and put in a W there, which is fine because it goes either way. But a banker and a rugby fan running a football club, and having no real structure underneath that besides them being the CEO and having like, you know, a little henchman next to them, like John Murtaugh, who was literally never qualified for the job. I mean, even John Murtaugh himself, when he got sacked, was like, he never expected to get that role. He didn't come to the club for that reason, and even he was shocked that he was offered that position. Now, I would have said to him, yeah, but you still fucking took it. Like, you know, you should have declined it, you dickhead. But obviously, he took it to get more money. So, I mean, and at the end of the day, they're the ones that offered to him. So I can't blame him too much. Lion says Watkins would fit perfectly in this setup. He's 30. So combined with the young striker would be perfect, in my opinion. Maybe. Maybe. That's a lot of perfects. Ardon Jashari. Yeah, I've heard of that name. Good, young, athletic. Box to box into mid from Club Rouge Swiss International will cost around 30 million. Angelo Stiller. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of players out there. But they got to do the homework. You know, they got to do the homework. They gotta. When I say the homework, I really mean do your job. Like they got to do their job. Um, and do the job like the proper job, like the ones that everybody else seems to do that we can't really do. But I have a little bit of hope, or at least I did to a certain extent, because I was like, well, if we get Champions League football, I was like, maybe we could do an even better job. But I still have a little bit of hope because, again, you don't have to agree with everything Ineos has done, and you can criticize them for certain actions and stuff that they've taken and mistakes that they've made, and that's fine. But when I just solely look at the player recruitment so far, I think they've already done better than everything the previous regime has ever done. I think they're already hitting more of a percentage. Um, and they're not going to get every single one right. It's literally impossible. I mean, not even all the clubs that have been successful or are successful right now, like they didn't get it all right either. The point is they got more right than they got wrong, and that's obviously what you need to aim for. But like, I mean, how many fucking right backs did Pep Guardiola and Manchester City buy before they actually got the one? You know, and a bunch of players. Even the couple players that Klopp bought at Liverpool, they weren't all successes. I mean, Darwin Nunez is a fucking flop. They wasted money on him. Um, they had a couple other dudes. I think one was like Endo or something, or whoever that player was. Yeah, they got a couple players. They didn't really do nothing. But the majority of the signings they made were good and impactful. Those were, only a handful they probably got wrong. They didn't really get too much wrong. They got a lot more right. So, your club supporters fall into the hand of media and ex-players. Well, I mean, listen, but like the ex-player thing, there's nothing that we can do about it. You know what I mean? They are ones that they live off the success that they were a part of. And because they were so successful, and because it's Manchester United and we get the most clicks and the most talked about and we get the most interaction and stuff, it's kind of just like, how do I put this? Like, it's kind of just like the side effect, I guess. It's like when you take a medication to make you feel better, but sometimes there's like some side effect that might actually, maybe it gives you something else or it makes you feel worse. Like, because they were part of that success and they were classed as such top players, like, we have the most ex players in all the media, and they're in all the biggest fucking, because it's not like Roy Keane or Gary Neville or Paul Scholes are like taking time out of their day to make videos on Instagram talking shit. Unfortunately, like, they're retired. They probably still feel like they need to work to a certain extent, because I think, you retire at 30, especially at the money at that time. They're not getting the money that these players are getting now. They still got to live the next whatever fucking years it is. And especially maybe at the lifestyle they're living, you got to keep up with it. So unfortunately, they get job offers. And when you work for Sky Sports, or such things, I mean, they're gonna tell you to say certain things. They're gonna tell you to talk about certain things. So it's just it's an unfortunate circumstance of the whole thing. Because I feel like because they're on networks like that, they get told not to exactly what to say, but like sometimes they have to talk about certain things they might not necessarily want to talk about. I mean, if they were like independent, Rio's kind of a little bit like this, because Rio's kind of got his own podcast. He's not really on Sky. He does do the TNT, but TNT, he's more of just like a commentator. He's not like sitting in the studio like the other ones talking shit on a constant weekly basis. Like, so I feel like Rio might say some crazy things, but Rio's not as bad when it comes to maybe like Neville or Keane or Scholes and shit, because they're more like in the, I call it the system. They're more like entrenched in it. You know what I mean? Everyone last year called for the head of the manager because we finished 8th, but this year it's okay to finish 16th as nobody's calling for his head. Different circumstances though. And there's people calling for his head. I mean, Axe is one of them. Axe is one of them. There's people out there, but it's different circumstances. It's not the same. And you know, it's how people view things. So you can just choose to look at things and be like, well, 8th is 8th and 16th is 16th, so no excuses, and that's fair play to you. But not everybody views it like that, and there's a good large amount of people that they're not looking at it like that, and they don't see it that way. They're looking at it based on other circumstances in the situation of the football club, and many people just feel like, yeah, 16th is shit, but also, I mean, the way this has gone on, um, a lot of things extend solely beyond the manager. Um, so um, we just need common sense, bit of news and recruitment to pick up bargains, gems who are ready to go and can be developed and improved. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you know, to do that, you have to have the people that know what they're doing. So, I mean, I think Vivel is a good person. I think he knows what he's doing. I think, you know, being part of the Red Bull group, I think is a good positive and a good plus. Um, you know, I don't. I know Jason Wilcox has a pretty good reputation. I feel a little bit indifferent about him on maybe some of his picks, but again, he's supposed to be the expert. He does this shit for a living. I don't. So, you know, I'm a fan and I just have belief, but his job is to really analyze things and be thoroughly in depth and make sure he's getting you know, have a system in place to make the correct determinations. I mean, that's literally his job. So, you know, I disagree with him on Liam Delap. I disagree with Liam Delap being the number one target. I disagree with it. I think Victor Gyökeres should absolutely be way ahead of Liam Delap, and I also think Osimhen should be way ahead of Liam Delap. I could be wrong, and maybe he's right in going for Delap, and maybe if you do get Delap, and maybe it works out, or maybe he's fucking wrong. You know, I don't know, but Ax says this is the summer transfer season. We could have transferred Xavi Simmons. Um, maybe, maybe, but we're still gonna probably be expensive and not an easy one to do. But yeah, probably could have still done it. I mean, we could still kind of be in these things. I mean, we have less pull, but there's no reason not to try. You might be able to convince a couple of them. You know, you could still try, or at least feel out the situation. You know, I don't think they should necessarily be like, ah, shit, like we're not in unless somebody has told you 100% already immediately that like no Champions League, don't even contact us. Well, then obviously, you know, you'd be wasting your time. But like if it's like the report where it's like, you know, Gyökeres kind of, but like if he never actually said that to them in a certain way, right? And if they had any talks, um, then might use they should probably still try. I mean, why not? Ray says it's time to start from the back, change the goalkeeper, buy another left fullback, another, and then concentrate on the front. Yeah, I say the opposite. I say the opposite. Um, I say the opposite. I say we need to fix the attack and go backwards. Really. Um, because I just don't see. You start from the like. All right, you change the goalkeeper, which I'm not against. Like I would like to change the goalkeeper as well, but for me the focus is the attack because it's just like, all right, you change the goalkeeper, you get a goalkeeper that's better and doesn't make stupid dumb mistakes like Onana does and is actually good. Well, that's good, but like we still can't score a fucking goal. So what are we doing? You know, we're just gonna draw 15 matches because we can't score and they can't score on us either. I kind of just be like, I don't think the defensive record is necessarily that bad. I mean, obviously it could be better and it could always get better, but I think defensively it's not even that horrible. Like you're gonna concede a goal in matches. You know what I mean? Our biggest problem is that like we can't score. So like we need to be able to be scoring 2 to 3 goals a game. I mean, if you can figure out, for me, if you can figure out how to, because in a couple games here and there, but I mean, I guess I would have to look at the overall tally in the season and kind of look at the full statistic in that. But from what I can think off of the top of my head, I don't think we were conceding like 3 goals a match. Obviously, some results, you know, we lost 4-0 against Newcastle or 4-1 or whatever it was, and there was a couple games where we conceded 3 and stuff like that. But I think if you totaled it up, I don't think we were averaging probably 2.5 to 3 goals conceded a game. I could be wrong, but it doesn't feel that way. But I don't know for sure. And it's just like you just outscore them. You can just outscore them. Why is Simmons better than Cherky? Oh, I usually don't watch the French league, says Axe. I've only seen a few matches in Europe, and I wasn't impressed. Ooh, Turkey? Nah, I think Turkey's good. I mean, I think probably Xavi Simmons is different, but I mean, for 25 million or 20 million, whatever it is for Turkey, I think that price based off of his ability, I think you can't really lose because I think he's a decently good enough player for that, especially for that price. I don't know how it would work in the Prem for him, so I'm not going to say 100% do it, but in terms of his ability and the price availability, I think it's something that's very low risk. If it doesn't work out, you don't stand to lose a lot of money. I mean, he's still young and you could resell him in 2-3 years time if it doesn't go absolutely horrible. But if he doesn't, you know, he's not you know, if it goes something like Anthony, then I mean you still be able to resell him. So I don't think it's that bad of a deal to do. Tom Murtaugh was terrible players recruitment, but they all were. I mean, the CEO, all of them, they were all in. No, I would recommend players who want to. Lucky, you're killing me here. I would recommend players how want enjoy to play big clubs. Lyle says watching United eating toasties. Hey, listen, you can never beat a good toasty, man. You know, you can never beat a good toasty. If you don't know what to eat, or you're in a rush or some shit, you make 1 or 2 toasties. You know, you put it in a paper towel if you're on the go and you're out. They taste delicious. You know, and you're good to go. Yeah, nothing wrong with a good toasty, says Lions, but not with brown bread, Axe. I mean, but brown bread is healthy for you. I used to not like the brown bread. I used to be picky about it, but I like the brown bread. now. It actually, you get accustomed to it. There's also different types of brown bread. Which I hope that's not a metaphor for something else, but I'm going to assume that you're just talking about like, rye or whatever. Um, yeah, there's different types of brown bread as well. So, some are better than others. Some are too dry or they're like stale. They're not good, but there's some that are actually, they're quite fluffy, and soft. And they taste good as well. So, um, Lyle says mince chip and cheese toasty sounds good. What is mince? Mince what? Mince meat? Mince mince what? Cuz we do, I mean, we're you know, we're pretty simple over here. We do ham and cheese. Ham and cheese toasty. We got the grilled cheeses too, where you take the cheese and you put it in the bread and you grill the shit out of it. And then they like to eat it with tomato soup or something like that, which I never really did, but I could see how that is fine. But I never really had tomato soup around the house, so there's no tomato soup with the grilled cheese. Um, dibbling. We're talking about dibbling. Edison, dibbling. Axe has left us. I need to go. Good night. All right, bye bye. He's probably already gone by now. Sleep tight. Don't let the toasties bite. um, Ray says one thing to say. Who is the right mind wants to come to United? Lots of players. I keep saying this. I mean, maybe not all the players, but again, as fans, we look at it and we say this sort of thing. But I don't know. Let me put it this way to you: why is Cunha coming? Why is Cunha coming? Cunha could have tried to go to Arsenal. He could have tried to go to any club. He could have gone to a club that finished 8th place. Why is he coming to us? Why? There's always a player. There's always a manager. They're always out there. These guys live in a bubble. They don't listen to us. They don't. They don't look at the things we look at. They don't listen to the things we listen, and they ignore a lot of shit. So like, and a lot of them, not for nothing, they have egos. I mean, that's the only way they got there. They have to believe that they're the shit, that they're amazing, that they can have a huge impact somewhere. So this is why people keep coming. Like, and maybe at one point, it'll just be so bad that, like, like if we were to get relegated, okay, then, like, obviously the fucking players ain't coming, and certain managers ain't coming no more. But, like, these guys, like, they're not like us. They live in their own little world. And like, they'll look at that and be like, yeah, I mean, United has had a shit season and they haven't been really United for quite some time. But like, also, maybe I like the club, but also other than that, um, I'm a really good player. I can fucking make them better. Or, um, manager out there. Like, yeah, Ten Hag failed, got sacked. Maybe it happens to Ruben. Solskjaer got sacked. Mourinho got sacked. But like, those guys aren't me, and I wouldn't have done the things they done, and I'm gonna do things differently. So they live in their own world. These guys, so they always come. I think the only problem is that certain players, obviously, they want to say that I want to play in Champions League. I think that's the only, like, sort of difference there. Um, and maybe there are a couple players, that, like, they'll look at it and be like, well, I could go to fucking Liverpool, who just won the league, and have a better chance of winning the league and winning the Champions League, or I could go to United. And then they'll go to Liverpool. Like, there are those circumstances, but it's never just like, nobody is ever going to not want to come. There's tons of players out there, and there's tons of opportunities, and there's always a reason why they come. So, um, I don't know why I'm so far behind in this chat. Lion said Hugo. But he's pretty stable for the most part. Singh says we need goals in net now. Well, I agree. When you secure the back, you play better in the front. Maybe. I mean, I don't disagree with that. And I don't, I don't even, you know what? I shouldn't even have said maybe. I think that is true. I just look at it and I'm like, I just have this feeling when I look at the attack, and I'm just like, but the attack is so fucking bad that even if we secured the back, I just don't think it's enough to do anything for the attack. I think the attack is so fucking poor that even if you were to secure the back and it makes you play better in front, I think the front is so far away from being anything good that like it's we gotta put up the attack because it's just so far away. I just don't I'm trying to picture getting, a world-class goalkeeper and having like the best defensive line you could probably get, and then and keeping the same attack that we have, and I just don't see how they fucking score. I just don't see how they would manage to just score because the defense is now stronger. I don't see it. I think actually a lot of the problems come from the front, because I think not only it's not even only about the defense defending, but actually most of the time, most of the problem, we try to play out of the back, and the players who are playing out of the back is the goalkeeper and the defenders, which is the three center backs. And every time the goalkeeper or the three center backs have the ball, they get the ball, and there ain't nothing for them to do with the ball in terms of the correct play, because they're obviously supposed to try and keep possession. But if you're on the pitch and you're looking at your teammate and you're like, I want to fucking pass him the ball, but the other player is right on top of him, like, as a footballer, your mind's going to be like, that's not a smart fucking pass to do, because there's a good opportunity and chance that this guy steps in front of my teammate, steals the ball, and we've given the ball away in a bad spot, and now we're fucked. So and then they don't do it, and they just pass it fucking sideways. And it's like, well, actually, the center backs, it's all the people in front of them, which is the attack in the midfield. They don't move, and they don't open, and they don't create space or opportunities for the ball to be being played. So, I mean, sometimes it's them a little bit, because Luke Shaw, for example, in the final. I mean, Luke Shaw, I don't know if, he had a bet with one of his mates where he betted him that he won't pass the ball forward not a single fucking time. Or, something happens. Because, when I was watching him, I was like, this guy is literally trying his utmost best to do anything but kick the ball forward. I can't remember him kicking the ball forward once in the fucking game. Every time he got the ball, he either passed it sideways or he passed it backwards. I can't remember him passing the ball forward. And, sometimes there's a player on the wing and he's actually open and still didn't pass it to him. And I'm just like, why are you doing that? You're not supposed to be doing that. Why are you doing that? Fox says we conceded 57, 58, and 54. One game to go in 3 of the last 4 seasons. Look very mid sus lower half table-ish defensively. Yeah, but you know what? I could also argue though at the same time that, again, kind of to what I was saying, Box, like, if we can't hold the ball, if we can't pass the ball effectively and we can't attack effectively, and we're constantly losing the ball, what we're doing is we're putting more pressure on our defense. You know, we're putting the defenders and the defense in fucked situations. You know, when we pass it out of the back and Onana makes a stupid decision to pass it to whoever's in the fucking corner flag of our defense, and there's no space for him to get out. And then also the 2-3 players that are supposed to be in front of him, that are supposed to be opening up the space and making moves and making runs, checking in, checking out, you know, going from one side to the other, trying to pull players and open up some sort of space, and they're not doing it. And then that guy, which I think it was Lenny or Dorgu at the time, they should have never gotten that ball because it's a bad spot to give them the ball anyway in that position. Then get stripped of the ball, and we concede a goal right off of that. I mean, like, you know, it's fucked up from the team. Like, we can't do a job where we're actually holding on to the ball enough. We give the ball away too much. So actually, I feel like at a certain point, also at time, what we're doing is it's actually the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be holding the ball for quite a long time, and actually being dangerous with it. We either hold the ball quite a long time and do nothing with it, which is pointless because, I mean, we're not scoring a goal, so we're not adding to the game. And then the other team gets one opportunity and they put it in the net. So we've hurt ourselves there. Or we try to do things in attack and be like, move the ball quicker and, you know, be more attacking. And we literally string 1.5 to 2 passes and we give the fucking ball away. And then we get counterattacked. Or we just lose possession, or we get possession and we pass the ball away and we lose it within one pass and it's their ball once again. And I feel like that puts more pressure, unnecessarily on the defense, where the defense is constantly sort of getting bombarded and we're not helping them out in any way because we're either holding the ball and doing nothing with it, or we try to do something with it and we can't, we literally just can't do anything proper with it to create goals from it. Low GI whole wheat seeded brown bread toasted. I mean, no, ground beef. Oh, okay. That's what that is. You put ground beef on a toasty? I mean, I'm gonna have to try that now. I've never done that. But you put ground beef on a toasty? I've never done that shit. We're gonna have to try that. Mine says toasty and the soup is the golden combo. I mean, I've had soup, but like, you know, I don't know about you guys, but like in America, they have commercials like, they have like Campbell's. It's a soup company. They make soup in a can and shit. And they used to advertise like, you know, you get the tomato soup in the can, which I would never do because that's just, I think it's gross. Like, make your own soup, you know. But there was their advertisements. It'd be like, you know, Campbell's tomato soup, and you had the bowl of soup, and they'd always have like a grilled cheese, and they'd be like dunking the grilled cheese into the tomato soup and then fucking eating it. And I'm like, you know, Eric, a good team has a good goalie. I mean, yeah, no, I know that. I'm not like disregarding that, but I'm just saying, like, I think, I just think we really need goals. You know? I blame Sheikh Jassim. Yeah, I blame Sheikh Jassim too. He should have just fucking paid the money that they wanted. Fox says, but yeah, we need goals 100%. We need creativity too. We need everything. No, well, yeah, we need everything. We need everything. You know, when I say like, let's go with the attack again, I don't mean like, hey, let's just buy like a striker and 2 10s and like just not touch the defense at all. But because we need to upgrade everywhere. But I think at this current moment in time, the way I see it is that I feel like the attack is so fucking bad that I feel like you actually have to, like, if you're budgeting this sort of thing, you have to spend more of the budget has to go on the attack than in the defense. You could still spend money back there. Like you can still buy another defender or two and a goalkeeper, but I think probably at this moment in time, I would probably hit the midfield and the strikers the most with the majority of the money we have, and maybe have one or two additions in the back. Um, you know, if he can. Like I would like a new goalkeeper. I would like to get somebody different because I think this. I'm gonna be quite honest. I think Onana has no. I don't think he's got a chance of coming good. I don't think. I think a lot of his problems and a lot of the issues that he's conceded his goals and shit. I just don't think. I don't think it has anything to do with like. It's not like he's out of form or something like that. It's just like it's just him, you know? And it ain't good enough. So I would like to get a new goalkeeper, and they should do it if they can. But I'm saying 100% definitely a striker, and we should be getting an elite one for sure. We definitely need a 10 at the very least, and we definitely need something going on in the midfield as well. For sure. So fuck. Once we sell Alejandro Garnacho for around 61.3 million, that's real specific. Pounds, we should buy Wisa, Mateta. Value been really good for Premier League. I mean, they're not. I mean, listen, compared to us, I mean, they're good players because we're 16th. So those players are on teams and they're better than what we got. So, which is why I said in the beginning we had to do a little bit of coaching from the Premier League. I agree 100%. If they can do it for good prices, obviously, if they tell you give us fucking 70 million from Mateta, I'd tell you to f off because I don't think we should do that. But if there's some deals to do from the Premier League, and it makes sense on the level that it makes sense, I think like Cunha, for example, I think it's a fair price. Like I think 60 million is a fair price. It also kind of fits in to what I've always been saying. 60 million and below you got to spend. No more, no over 60. You got to keep it at 60 million and less. And just spend like that. So we minimize the risk. Just in case it doesn't work out. It's not too big. But once you start going like and doing 70 and 80s and 90s, um, and with the wages, so dipping toast in tea is a no-go then. I mean, I've eaten toast and had tea, but I've never like dipped it in the toast. I never dipped the toast in the tea. I don't know. I think that's strange. I mean, the toast would just get all soggy because it's like liquid. It's like straight liquid. It's like dipping your toast in water. Um, I don't know about all that. Um, you dunk toast in tea box. What's this? Oh, listen. Since we're here, but hold on. I prefer to dunk biscuits. I mean, yeah, the biscuits are the go-to. You put them you dunk them in the coffee, or you dunk them in your tea. I mean that they go together because they got a certain taste. But I feel like dunking your toasty in tea, I don't. That doesn't go together. If you toast your white bread, emphasis white, to nearly burning point with lots of butter, let that soak up the tea. Did Luke Shaw teach you this, Lions? Did Luke Shaw teach you this? Is this what Luke Shaw is doing when he's not fucking playing for Manchester United? Is he coming up with recipes in the kitchen, soaking up tea in his toasts and whatnot, with butter, with lots of butter, and burning the shit out of it? This is what Luke Shaw has been doing in the kitchen? Um, here we go. Here we go. What? Box free now leaving like points. I don't know what's going on. Um, I needed to ask you guys though before we get out of here, so I kept it all the way to the end of the show. So it's just like the real G's and the other people that jump in and out. Um, Whatever, and people don't make it this far anyway, so it doesn't matter. So we could talk about whatever we want. So first of all, I mean, I was gonna write this in the Discord, but I said I'd rather not, and I was like, I'd just rather address it. So, first of all, I want to apologize to Lions and to Box, about yesterday, because what happened in the chat, and being called those words and that sort of stuff is absolutely 110% unacceptable in this channel and this community. And I wasn't able to see it. No, but I mean, like, I know I didn't do it, Box, but like, again, it's not. I wish I actually saw it, because I would have called them out for it right then and there. But he obviously, by the time I caught up, he already had gone, so there was nothing I could really do about it. And I know you guys will say no need to apologize, but like, nah, like, I don't. Again, I said this before, and I say it again. I don't stand for that shit. We can fight and argue all day long and disagree and all that shit, but the second people start calling people the C word and a-holes and stuff like that, like, no, that's not allowed here. We can have little battles with Axe and stuff, and we can say, Axe, stop being dumb or stupid about Amorim, and he could say, stop being dumb or stupid about that. But once you start getting to that line where you're really being aggressive about things, it's not okay. And actually, I don't really know. I mean, I seen a couple things. I didn't watch it back, but I talked about, I asked Lyle, because I was like, maybe he got a glimpse of it, and he showed me a couple things. And I read a couple of the things, and I was just like, well, I mean, clearly, I know Box jumped to Lions defense, so shout out Box. And clearly, I was like, clearly he is very upset, just about United. That's not an excuse, but I was like, clearly he also had something. It was prepared. Like, the way I saw it, it was prepared. You know what I mean? Yeah, but it was prepared. Like, he obviously came in here with intention to say that shit to you, Lions. So, I'm gonna be quite honest. Like, I have no problem handling it myself. I can, if you guys want me to. But I kind of felt like, since we're a community, and a family, I was kind of thinking, just to gauge your opinions. What do you like, and especially because you two were involved in it. Um, what do you think the repercussions should be? Like, I kind of wanted to gauge your guys' opinions about it, not just specifically you two, but just like anybody that's here. I wanted to gauge your opinions about it, and I would kind of take that all into consideration, and then also think about, what I feel like should be done. I mean, if you guys don't want to give something about it, you don't have to. But I just felt like we are a community at the end of the day. Um, and while I do have certain responsibilities and I do have certain powers, I kind of just feel like I shouldn't really be like dictatorish about it. And I kind of felt like I felt like maybe we could come up with a sort of a unified type of response to it. Well, I have a couple things that I had in mind. I mean, you guys might not want to jump the gun about it, and then that's fair enough. I don't want to put you guys under any pressure to sort of make a any decision. I'm not trying to like put it on you. So I had a couple thoughts originally, and I was saying, well, there's the one where he gets banned, um, because I've said that you can't do that sort of thing, and he did it to an extent. There's another one where if he comes back in, if he comes back in, I'm addressing it anyway. But we could put him, if he comes back in, we could put him on a temporary timeout and let him know. We could give him a chance to apologize as well. And then also maybe put him in a timeout or maybe that stream if he decides to come back. I don't know because, he didn't message me. He didn't say anything to me. So, I was thinking something like that. Along those lines. I think there's like 3 or 4 options we could do. Based on, kind of what you guys feel. Because I think you guys, for the most part, I didn't watch it back, and I'm gonna watch it back at some point to see. But as far as I know, you guys handled it, I think, pretty well. For what happened, I don't think you guys escalated it. I think you responded appropriately for being called those sorts of things or whatever, in that sort of reaction. But I don't think, as far as I know, you guys didn't say anything to really escalate it. So, Lila says, I found this. The add-ons would be triggered by specific performance-related goals, such as appearances goals or winning a league title, according to the Mirror Guardian. What's that about? Oh, is that McTominay? Okay. I'll jump back to that. Lion said you hold him down and I'll let Shaw loose on him without Ollie Watkins much. He needs an hour with Luke Shaw. Lion says, I think let's see if he pops in again and take it from there. Honestly, I think he is gone again this time for good. Maybe. But you never know. Yeah, yeah. I guess we can do that. I have no problem with that. I just wanted to check with you guys because at the end of the day, you guys are part of the community, and it also depends how you guys feel. You guys are the ones that were sort of targeted and was involved in this, so you have to be considered the way I see it, So, yeah, we can do that, and I have no problem with that. If he comes back, he comes back. And I know, obviously, now I know what went down. So if he does come back, when he does come in here, it's not something necessarily that I want to do, but I'm literally gonna have to pause doing the show because I need to address it, and it needs to be addressed. So, and probably, to be honest, if he pops in and I address it, depends on his reaction, I guess, but I will provide him a platform I'll provide him a platform to apologize as well, if he wants to do that. And then, I guess we'll just see how it goes from there. But yeah, yeah, when I saw some of the things, I was like, that's not fucking cool. So, not defending at all, but tempers were at an all-time high this week. Perhaps it reached a boiling point and he used it as an outlet. But yeah, it depends on the reaction. No, I did say that. And I said, listen, I told you that yesterday, Lyle. I said, clearly he was obviously stressed out, United. But, one of the things that I read that was just like, he just went straight at line for saying, you didn't say hi when I saw you in the other channels, and then just proceeded to call him an asshole. And I was just like, well, you and I read that, I was like, part of me took it as like, you clearly knew Lions was coming here, and you clearly had something to say to Lions, so you jumped in here so that you can attack Lions. And that's why I didn't like it at all, because it wasn't like something happened It wasn't like Lions said something and there was a disagreement and they were arguing about something and then he called him asshole. You know what I mean? To me, it looked like he knew Lions was going to be here. He's been obviously clearly pissed off, but then also he was mad at Lions. And then Box defended him, rightfully so. And then, he went at Box as well. So, you know, again, it's about circumstances. So, I guess, it is what it is. We'll go from there. As long as you guys are all right. Again, I think you guys handled it probably the best you could without really escalating it. So, yeah. As long as you guys are cool, then we're cool. We're all right. Because, yeah, I didn't know that was, honestly, I wasn't looking at the chat for very long and I was talking a lot. And then you guys were writing so much that I was like scrolling, and this thing scrolls. To be quite honest, I can't slow the scroll on this thing. This is why it's a problem. But when I scroll, sometimes it skips quite a lot. And like I missed that part, but what I did see was like Box saying like, have respect for Lions or something. And then I saw something else and I was like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? And I was like, and then like, I couldn't go back to look for it because there was so much chat. I was like, I don't know what was said and I don't know what happened, but I was like, clearly something happened. And I was like, I don't know what it is. But yeah, I mean, it's just a pain in the ass. With everything that goes on here, Box and Lions and myself are super chilled. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. But you gotta be like that. You gotta be like that. You gotta be like that. You can't let it get to you. I get like, see me like, I get like jumpy, but I'm still chilled. Like it's not like, I'm not, like people will say things and I'll start getting like agitated, right, by it or pissed off or whatever, but not to the point where like I'm gonna throw an absolute like, I'm not gonna throw my toys out the pram, as they say in the UK. I'm not gonna go like mentally. I'm not gonna start like breaking shit and going crazy, or like going on a tirade. I get frustrated trying to get the point across, and stuff like that. But I don't, yeah, you can't. You gotta be chilled about it. There's nothing. There's no other way, really. Even sometimes, you know what? I'd prefer you guys. I feel like sometimes you guys, and I do know, but sometimes you guys do get not upset. You guys get annoyed to the point where like you kind of just listen because you don't want to be involved in the chat, because of things that are happening in the chat. But if you could, I'd prefer that you guys just keep chatting, because then it gets to the point where it's like, all right, the chat becomes just nonsense without people actually putting in some good points, and then like they just overtake the show, really. So I get it, because sometimes it's just like you gotta step away, and you'd rather just listen to what I'm saying than be looking at the chat, and get frustrated. But really, I feel like when that shit happens, actually just be chilled and continue to chat normally. You don't even necessarily have to chat to them, really, if you don't want to answer. You don't have to answer people. You don't. Nobody forces you to do that. They could say something to you. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to answer it. You could just ask me something, or you could just make a different point. Night was good. Shout out Lucky Singh. Yo, Lucky is crazy. In a good way though. But like, he writes. How do you type so fast, and how do you write so many things, man? Like, that shit is crazy. Lawrence Burry says it's mad the pace of change. We can only do that in Manchester. Revolutionary, but this time I'm not sure whose revolution. Well, I guess we'll find out, Lawrence Burry. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Who's revolution? I guess we'll find out what it is. So, um, thoughts, and I do agree. He said that's deep, right? He can't, Lawrence Berry just coming out of nowhere, just slicing through, just like he just cut through right through everything deep, like in the cut. We have a slang, in the cut, like peroxide, because that shit burns when you put it on your cut, stings. Um, Mic drop ass just came in for the mic just at the end too, just out of nowhere. Um, yo, we might have to use that as a slogan, or like a quote, like a daily quote. Like I might have to like take that and put it like right. I mean, I can't get it, but put it like you see where the lights are, and just kind of put that up there and just hang it up there as like a quote forever. Um, And when times get tough, we'll just like point to it and just be like, and we'll just read the quote and we'll just look to the quote. uh Fox says if we're really astute, we could have absolutely great summer with solid additions plus cleaning out the deadwood. We'll have to wait and see, but the pressure is on. Ratcliffe, Barada, Wilcox, Brailsford, Amorim, etc. Exactly. And that's my whole point, Box. You pretty much you did a better job than me because I have to say and I have to speak for 3 hours almost every show to try and get to that point. But you know, yeah. I mean, that's literally the whole thing. That's literally my whole message. It's pretty much the basis of everything that I've been saying. Is that that's what it is. And the pressure is absolutely on. Again, and this is why and I'll tell Axe this thing if he's here or not, but he's not here, obviously. But I this is why I so disagree with. It's not even necessarily the things that I disagree with. It's just the focal point of his focus. Like his focus is like. I mean, he doesn't even like Ineos such as Jim Ratcliffe, but he does more time speaking about how he hates Ruben Amorim, and Ruben Amorim is at fault for more of the things. And it's like, but you don't even like Jim, and you don't like Ineos, and you don't even spend any time talking about the things that are going on from that focal point and their responsibilities and the job and the impact that that sort of shit has. And that's where I get the frustration from, because it's just like he constantly says like Amorim, this and that, and I'm like, but I think Box puts it very well. Why, like, the pressure is on Ratcliffe, Barada, Wilcox, Vivell, Brailsford, and Amorim. It's on all of them because they all have a different job to do, but it's all at Manchester United at the end of the day. And if two of them do a job out of those six, it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna be successful. It's gonna fail. Like, these guys need to all get their shit done correctly. Like, Ratcliffe is obviously in charge of hiring these people and keeping people or whatever. I mean, he's got to fucking sort that out. And he's gotten Barada and Wilcox and these guys. I mean, he bring in Ashworth and sacked him. So, was that a mistake? Was it a mistake to bring him in the first place? Was it a mistake to sack him? I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get, that sort of answer, because I think it's hard to get an answer on that. But I mean, but yeah, it's all on them. I mean, they got to get the players in, they got to sell the players out, they got to evaluate who's good, who's not good. Lawrence Berry, who has the balance between adaptation and evolution like Slot has done at Liverpool? Who has the balance between adaptation and evolution like Slot has done at Liverpool? I don't know. As a manager? But I mean, I get that, but at the same point, it doesn't. I don't know if it necessarily fits because I mean, Slot took over. The circumstances in which Slot took over. I mean, yeah, he still had to do well to win the league, and I don't think anybody actually said. I mean, everybody pretty much said that Liverpool weren't going to do nothing once Klopp leaves. But that still goes down to again the people in charge at Liverpool and the people that have been there that were involved with Klopp and that are behind the scenes and that helped Klopp out. Those people clearly are very good at their job. They clearly do a proper job. So you get Slot, but Slot was the correct choice because it was, I'm gonna be quite honest, it was a pretty basic transition. I mean, he pretty much plays identically to Klopp. So it could have still went bad, but you know, it wasn't when they already had some sort of a structure and they did well to build it, and Klopp did there as well. It's kind of hard, difficult to kind of say, like, you know, you get the adaptation and evolution like Slot at Liverpool to try to do it at United, but when United don't have a team and we're still unsure about our hierarchy and we don't know if the hierarchy is even good or if they're even going to get all these things right that they need to necessarily get, it's just like it's totally different. Just like it doesn't really apply to me. So Slot was given a blueprint for a project, a clear brief in a way. Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm saying, Lawrence, you know? That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, there was a real foundation and a real blueprint for him. Obviously, he still had to do a job. Like, you know, he still had to come in, manage. He still had to pick the correct players. He still had to coach them and stuff like that. But just like his starting point compared to like anybody that comes in our door at this current moment in time, starting point is like just totally, it's like two different totally things that just like you know, we have to at least build there. You know, we kind of, I mean, for the fact that like, okay, Liverpool didn't do anything basically for quite an you know, amount of time when we were successful and we were super successful, and you know, we knocked them off their perch and we took over with the Premier League titles and all that stuff. But even in that period of time, I mean, they won a Champions League, and they were always competitive. Like, you know, they never finished 16th in the league. They never. They might have bought some shitty players, but they didn't do what we did. They didn't buy Anthony's for 90 million. They didn't give people 350,000 a week and 300,000 a week who absolutely flop and oh shit. They didn't pay 80 million for Maguire and have Maguire performances. They didn't pay 72 million for Rasmus Højlund and have and over and over and over and over again, or buying players that are washed, or being cheap and, you know, not spending in January because they're a business and not a football club, and only doing loans when we need players. So it's just like, you know, it's just it's just two different things. No, he still did well to do it, but I mean, he really did have, you know, I think even if you take Ruben Amorim, Axe will highly disagree with this, but I think even if you took Ruben and you put him at Liverpool instead of Slot, you know, I wouldn't say that they win the league, but I would say his chances of survival and doing good would probably be way higher than whatever it was at United. Because I just think the two clubs are just two different, completely different places. During a deep philosophical debate, here we are telling jokes. Nah, it's fine. What do Manchester United and a 3-pin plug have in common? They're both useless in Europe. Shit. Wait. Are they though? They have 3-pin plugs in Europe. They're not common, but they have them. I know, because we have them in Malta. We have 3-pin plugs. Malta's in Europe. They have them. They have them. Your joke is invalid now. It doesn't count. Come up with a new one. Come up with a new one. Doesn't count. Try again. Europe has 2-pin. They do, but I mean, listen, my country, my family's country, they're in Europe. They're in the European Union. They're Europe. And they have 3-pin. They have 1, 2, and 3. They have them. They also use 2-pin. But they have 3-pin. They do. I'll show you. If I can show you. See? I don't even know if this is clear. Can you see this, or is it fucked up? Can't see that. White. So bright. What's so bright? I should lower the brightness. Oh, yeah, there you go. See? We got those. We got those. They're overthinking the bloody thing. We really need is someone boring, mundane, football, wins, draws, under Amorim, pick up points, cut out the losses, go under the radar. In my opinion, we need no big dramas, nor do we need United or back hype. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think he'll change like his formation or anything like that. But maybe, you know, maybe he does approach things slightly different. To kind of do that, you know what I mean? Maybe he does do that. But my thing is, I'm gonna be quite honest. I kind of feel like the big issue box at the same time, though, is that I feel like, in a way, he's already doing that. I actually feel like he has already been doing that. And it hasn't worked. I think that's probably the bigger issue. I could be wrong, but I feel like maybe he should just go. I mean, he can't right now, which is the big reason, and maybe that's why he's done it. But I actually think him playing defenders as the wing backs, I think, isn't really what he wants. I think he wants it to be more attacking by playing wingers or more attacking players. But I think he's looking at it like they can't really do that because they can't necessarily execute to the level that I need them to. We also have a problem striking up top. So I think he was like compensating for the defense as well. Because he's like, if we're going to be giving the ball away cheaply and we're not going to be able to do what's necessary in possession, we're probably going to struggle defensively wise. So we can't leave the team so exposed, because with the wingers, you tend to be more exposed, but you should be able to attack more. But because the attack can't work and doesn't work, there's no point in actually going more attacking with the wingers, because it's not going to be enough, because the other pieces in the attack aren't working. So he's using defenders and wingbacks because they're more likely to track back and run back because they're defensive minded and wingers are not. And we still lose matches and we still concede a bunch of goals as well. So I don't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like he's just got to go for it. Kind of feel like he has to go for it, but maybe he just felt like he couldn't go for it because he just really doesn't have the pieces to go for it. But maybe if he gets the pieces, maybe he goes for it next season. And maybe it's a lot more attack. Maybe. Uh, Lucky says Eric, Manchester United needs clean culture. Absolutely, we need clean. We need lots of clean things. They need to fix the showers. Like they need to fix a lot of things. Box says we just need a few solid 1-0, 2-0, 2-1 wins. Creep up the table, create some consistency as platform to build on. I mean, yeah. I mean, especially to start off as well in the beginning. 100%. 100%. But you see all those. I mean, you know, we can't get 1-0s if we can't score goals. If we can't get 2-0s if we can't score goals. And we certainly can't get 2-1s if we can't score goals. But what we can get is then 1-1s, maybe, if we score a goal. But what we certainly can get is 0-1s. Because we don't score and the opponent will score. So we gotta stop. Lawrenceburg says 2-pin is all a little less complex, but somehow more technical. I think Ruben wants that. The technicality of your. Yo, Lawrence, are you Socrates? Are you are you a philosophizer? Velociraptor? Whatever he said in Step Brothers. I feel like you're like dude, who's that guy that they always talk about? The famous guy, you know? The one that's known for the poems. What's his name? Poe? No, not Poe. Uh Aristotle's. And the other guy from the ancient times. Aristotle's and it was Aristotle's a god. Was he a philosophizer? Velociraptor. Um Yo, this guy is good, man. Lawrence is good, man. English football always struggles with fast passing game problem of the national team. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's you know, they struggled against Spain. Spain's very good passes of the ball. It's a big problem. Although, I mean, you know, that was Gareth Southgate football, so it's kind of meh. Because Pep, I think Pep he kind of, I mean, still at the highest level, you know, still at the highest level. Like, you know, Barca, Real Madrid, they could beat the English team, for sure, for sure. But also I feel like because what Pep did and kind of mixed the Spanish football with the English football, I feel like it's not as bad as it used to be. I think it used to be worse, Lawrence, back in the day. But now that Pep took this sort of tiki-taka Barcelona Spanish football and then integrated it into the Premier League and made it into a thing where now everybody tries to like sort of copy it on a certain level. Uh Maybe it's not as bad as it used to be. What time is it? I need to get out of here. Um Last joke. What's the difference between a triangle and Manchester United? Oh boy. Um a triangle has 3 points. Oh, I know the dad jokes. You know what? That one stings though. That one hurts. It's true. Unreal. Unreal. Uh Dude, Lucky just goes, man. Lucky's like a Lucky, you sure you're not a robot? Uh Lawrence Birch says a point would do, which is what everyone's been saying about the system. Yeah. I mean, again, I think the only thing you can say about that though is that, you know, to a certain extent, I mean, uh, maybe he was wrong to do that, but at the same time, still knowing what happened, I still never wanted him to conform to the team. I understand people make the arguments and they're like, but it's the correct thing to do because it's the smart thing to do because you got to get the points, you got to worry about the points, and I get that. A lot of people that they complain about the system, they just it's a totally different thing than some of these other people. These people, they have valid points about it. No pun intended on that one. But I mean, um yeah, I mean, for me it's like maybe it wasn't the best choice or the smartest choice to do what he did, which is what he told us he was going to do, which was he was going to do his style and nothing else, and he wasn't going to change it. Um and maybe that backfired on him, and maybe, to a certain degree he should have changed it. But then it's also the principle of like, well, you know what? Um, why did we bring him here? At the same time, it's like, why did we bring him here then? Because even the previous managers, it's like, why would you bring the manager here if they don't, if they have to change their system for the points because the squad can't do it? Like, why did we bring him here? And it's just like, I think a lot of us, and I'm included in this, we're just like, no, we're sick of this. These players, iterations of this team, they've constantly done this, where the manager comes in, they don't even play the football they want to play. They play the football suited to the players and to the squad, and the players still fail, and the players still get them fucking sacked, and the players still play like shit. So everybody was like, no, like, no, like, either learn to play it or get out. And obviously, it's gone really, really bad and really, really horrible. I think when we were saying that in the beginning as well, I don't think we imagined it would be like this. But um, ultimately, we did say either, learn to play this and actually do it or get out. So, I mean, we're at the end of the season. They mostly didn't learn to play it. They didn't do it good. They failed. So we're here, time to get out. Time to go. Time to go. That's where we're at now. We need a blank canvas. I mean, well, listen, Box. I try to hit a certain point. In a way, we do need a blank canvas, but you could always make the argument a blank canvas would mean that the Glazers and Sir Jim Ratcliffe and everybody else is gone. So, like, uh, that's why I kind of say, like, when I say, like, when people say we need a full reset, like, to me, full reset goes beyond the squad. That's why I try to specify it a little bit more of, like, squad clear out. Because to me, full reset, like, if you had a button and it just completely reset everything, which is a full reset, that means the fucking owners are gone too. And unfortunately, we don't have a button that can do that. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So, by but full squad clear out, 100%. Blank squad canvas, 100%. But blank canvas for the entire club, that would have to include the owners. I try to make that differentiation. So true Carabao would do too. I mean, listen, it was cool. I mean, I'll take them along the way, but I think now, probably for where we are, obviously I would take them, but I mean, kind of at this point, just for, momentarily sort of things, I'd rather take, maybe this is very, I don't know, contradictory of me because I've always talked about the trophies, but I think considering all the things we're facing at the football club and what the football club has just gone through over the past 2 seasons, for me, I would actually say right now at this current moment in time, I would rather just get a good finish in the table, in the Premier League. Being greedy, I would say 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. Which obviously we're not going to get 1st, so we shouldn't even really include it right now. But I'm saying, yeah, for me, I'd rather get 6th, 5th, or 4th somehow, some way. If you could offer me 4th, or if you could offer me 5th, which is a Champions League spot, and they tell you no trophies, I take it for this time. I don't think. I actually think the league is. We need to get back into better positions in the league. And a Carabao Cup, but finishing 12th isn't gonna make it better. Or finishing 8th with an FA Cup isn't necessarily gonna make it better. I'd rather them just tell us like, you get 5th, but you win no trophies. And as much as I love the trophies, I think, we haven't got one this year, but I don't know. I just, I just don't know. I hate Pep way football. Bring back 4-4-2, stick Gyökeres and Osimhen up front. Well, I mean, well, for sure we'd have to score. We'd have to score for sure. Where do you find most fish? Says Lions. I don't know. Can you tell me? I'm waiting for the answer. Lauren said cup teams look for a way into Europe, and that may be Europa Conference into Europa League. Well, actually, that is a good point. That is a good point. You can get into Europe from there, so. But I just, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. I just, I don't know. I just feel like obviously not only money wise, because I mean money wise it would help if we get through the competitions through the cups. But I feel like for a little bit more respect on our name, I guess trajectory and just overall feeling of the club and project, I think it would probably do us more wonders to just be respected a little bit more if we're finishing 6th or 5th in the league, considering we finished 8th and now we finished 16th or 15th or 17th because of what Spurs do and if we lose. So I don't know, money wise, yeah, we could get into the cups from other ways, but the bloody answer is there. The bloody answer is where? You said finally, and you said... Oh, under the sea. Eh? Like you said, can't be bothered about players play one system. They have to learn to play all the system. Damn, yo, Lucky he is one strict man, man. Maybe we just hire Lucky if Ruben gets sacked. You just hire Lucky. Walks in, tells him, not only are you gonna play this system, you're gonna play all the fucking systems. And if you don't know how to play all the systems, you're gonna get out. And you better play all the systems. I'm talking about 5-2-2-1, 5-3-2, 3-4-2-1, 3-3-4. That's not even real. 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1, 4-1-2-1-2, narrow, 4-1-2-1-2 wide. 2-2-6. Gotta play that 2-2-6. Wait, what? Lauren says it's pretty realistic for big club to make 7th place in Europe now. Yeah, it's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, for the aspect of getting back into Europe, yeah, I think I was just talking more of just about, I guess appearances, right? I think I was just talking more about appearances. Like, I'd feel better. I guess it would just make us. I feel like it would make people feel differently if they see United get 4th, even if they didn't have a trophy. But if they finish 4th, they'd be like, yeah. But like, if United finish 7th and they get in Europe, well, obviously, like, we'll argue about it. But people be like, yeah, you still finished 7th in the fucking. You still finished 7th in the league. And you would 27 points off first place, and you only made Europa League. So like, whereas if like we got to 4th to 5th, it'd be like, well, we had a fucked up time the last 2 seasons. We somehow managed to get to 5th. We feel really good, done excellent. We're in the Champions League now as well. We won no trophy, but we've had a decently good enough season that we've managed to somehow get into 4th to 5th, and we're also in the Champions League, and let's build on this shit and go forward. But I guess maybe one step at a time. I feel like Lawrence would tell me. So, we need goals, man. Eric Cantona. I know we need goals. Lucky, I've been saying we need goals. Lawrence said most fish are found under the sea, but when the seagulls follow the trawler, I love it. It's because the fish have been thrown into the sea. I love that. That's so good. That's so good. I knew halfway reading it, I already knew it was coming, but I didn't think of it. But that's good. Ray says we have to get minimum 4. We have to get 4 minimum. Austin Villa did it with a new coach. Why we cannot do it if this coach is good enough? Because our team is a disaster. Our team is a disaster. And as far as I know, Austin Villa haven't finished 16th. So they also didn't bottle a final to Tottenham Hotspur, who literally, the last time they won a trophy, I wasn't even born. So and literally nobody has ever lost a final to Tottenham and given them a trophy. So, um, I mean, you still can do it. You gotta get the players, but I mean, Villa's situation again. Oh, like nobody has a situation like us. That's why it's kind of like, you say, yeah, Villa did it, so why can't we do it if the manager is good enough? But but it's not just the manager. I mean, our club is royally fucked from all over the place. So like the things we've done to our football club, I equivalent to it, and this might be the extreme, but it's like we had a person that was super fit, bodybuilder, perfectly healthy, extremely healthy person. And for the past 13 years, not only did they stop working out, did they stop exercising, did they stop taking care of themselves, but at the same time, they've been injecting themselves with all types of dangerous and harmful drugs for the past 13 years in a row. They don't watch their diet. They're drinking alcohol uncontrollably. They take all sorts of drugs, heroin, the worst type of drugs you could think of. And they've been doing this to themselves for the past 13 years. It's actually an amazement that they're not dead yet. Although some people will say they are. But that's kind of what I see it. Like, it's like we have done things to this football club for 13 years in a row, 12 years in a row, where it's just like we have done some I can't even say the word. I can't say it. Um, just like some unbelievably just devastating damage to ourselves. And whereas Villa, okay, maybe they weren't in the best of shape. They were a little bit, maybe overweight. Maybe they ate a little bit too much, or maybe they didn't work out enough and stuff like that. But they didn't do the degeneracy, the level of the degeneracy that we did. They weren't, doing hardcore drugs every single day and destroying their bodies as much as possible, And that's how I kind of see what the clubs is different. Like, you have a better chance and an easier path, and also if you start doing the things that you need to be doing, like Villa can do what they did. Because, they got in, well, first of all, I mean, he didn't do well. Actually, it's funny because Emery didn't do well at Arsenal. So much so that they sacked him. And then they got Arteta. But they removed all the players that Emery had. And they gave Arteta new players, and then Arteta did well. And Emery then came back to the Prem, went to Villa. Villa clearly had a better project set up, and they did better things than what they did for him at Arsenal. And actually, he did well. So it's actually quite ironic in a way, because I kind of look at that and I was like, Arsenal, when Emery was there, didn't do the things that they were supposed to be doing, but they did it with Arteta, and that helped him. And then Emery actually came back to the same league and went to a team and was like, just so you know, it wasn't me, it was fucking you, because you guys didn't do your job good, and I was fucked at that football club, and now I'm at this football club, and they did what you were supposed to do originally, and we actually built the team. And yeah, and then they're pretty solid now. So but I don't know, Ray. You might have missed it though as well, because they said that somewhere I'll get it for you so you could see it. So apparently Sir Jim Ratcliffe has targeted a top 6 finish in the Premier League next season, and Ruben Amorim will be primarily judged on how close he comes to that, more so than the style of football his team plays. So, you know, I don't know, make what you will of that, and if that's true or not, but what's been reported. So, um, that's what's been reported. Lauren says we're worn out from the excess in the last 5 years. Yeah, Eric makes sense now. Getting 3 strikers. Ray, if we don't score goals, we can't win games. Yeah. I mean, to a certain degree, I would say, Ray, yeah, the manager's duty to make the team scoring. Yeah, but also, I mean, if you just have shit players that don't do things that they're supposed to do, then, you know, I find it quite hard to believe that 2 different managers with 2 different styles of play, with 2 different ideas, with 2 different types of tactics, and 2 different types of systems, both couldn't figure out how to get this group of players to score goals because it's their fault. Like, they'll accept the blame because, I mean, you know, what you want them to say to the manager, they're not going to say these players fucking suck when they have to use them. They're going to come out and say things like, yeah, it's my fault. But I'm not a person that believes in, like, really coincidences like that. And for me, when it starts leaning into the fact of that, like, we had 2 managers and they both couldn't get this fucking group of players to figure out how to score goals. I lean into it more of like, okay, it could be maybe the coach. But I was like, now it's 2, and it kind of just feels like, well, you know what? It's 2v1. Maybe it is just the fucking players. And it's not. And the manager's just, you know, what do you want him to do? Um about it to a certain extent. Because then you go down that whole conversation of like, well, you know, if you have a plumber and the plumber has to do the job, but but you know, and you give him fucking, I don't know, um you give him beach toys, like a beach shovel and a bucket, and you tell him to do plumbing work. I mean, I don't know how the fuck he's gonna do it, you know? I mean, he could try. Maybe he'll make up some shit and come up with some shit, but it probably won't be as good as a job as if you just gave him the fucking plumbing tools to do the plumbing. Um, you know, I don't know. So I'll be watching the game on Sunday. Well, I'm gonna watch it. So, it's the last game. I'm interested to see what he does. Uh, with the lineup, I wonder who he plays. Because to be quite honest, I mean, considering that, I mean, it could just be very boring, and he could just be like, yeah, like, you know, just send out the regular team and maybe just try to get 3 points. But maybe after that final, maybe he's like, you know what, fuck you all. And maybe he just, maybe it's kind of like a big middle finger to some of them. It's pretty much, we're done now. You know, it's over. So I mean, yeah, there's 3 points left. Whatever, it's still not gonna make a difference. Whether you finish 17th, 16th, to 15th, nobody's gonna fucking care enough to be like, well, he did well enough to prevent it being 16 or 17, you know? Whatever. Um so maybe he's just like, yeah, you fucks that played like absolute shit that I relied on you to play in the final, and the others that you guys aren't any good and ain't gonna be here, you ain't gonna play. Maybe he just throws in some players, youth. Maybe it's a lineup that's one that's kind of more for the future of next season, and he kind of just shits everybody else down. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna be interesting. I want to see what he does. Team versus Villa: Heat and Lindelof, Evans, Heaven, Montanto, Mano, Collier, Amas, and this is kind of what I was just saying, like box. Xerxes, Eriksson, Obi, bring on Fredrickson, Kone, Morehouse. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that would be quite interesting if he does that, because it's kind of like a big FU to everybody. I don't think he'll probably will do that, but maybe he will. Ray says I don't like Jim. Well, fair enough. You don't have to. I mean, I don't necessarily like him either. It's just the fact that we're stuck with him. So I just hope that he fucking doesn't fuck things up. Um, you know. Honestly, how did they show up to Old Trafford on Sunday? Oh, they'll show up. Don't worry, they want to get paid. They want to get paid. I mean, if this is anything to go by, if this is anything to go by, if this is anything real here up on the screen, the club thinks too many players in the squad are settled being crap. No matter what they say, they feel they have made it and don't really care about doing better. I mean, if that's anything to be real and go by, well, they'll show up. Fucking they're shameless, man. A lot of them are shameless, unfortunately. Chad's back. Eric, do you know that you kind of look like Bruno? You could pass as his cousin. Yeah, somebody told me that one time. Um, kind of, a little bit similar, but there's differences. But yeah, yeah, and actually, also, we are the same age as well, so that is quite funny. Um, I'm Bruno's older brother because he was born September 8th, 1994. And I was born a month before him. So not the same day, but um yeah, I was born a month before him. So actually I'm his older brother. So uh yeah, he's gotta listen to me. The lap of honor gonna be an odd one. They shouldn't even. Well, actually, it'd probably be disrespectful. I mean, I wouldn't. To be quite honest, Lyle, I wouldn't even call it a fucking lap of honor. I'd call it fucking community service or something, and be like, we don't. There's no. I would rename it. I'd be like, we're not doing a lap of honor. We're doing a fucking walk of shame. Like, we're coming over here to give you guys round of applause. We don't deserve shit. Don't clap us. Don't do anything. We don't deserve that. We're coming here for the fans. This isn't a lap of honor. This is a walk of shame. We owe you an apology. Not that they, it might mean anything to some of them, or that they really care enough. But, yeah, I mean, if I was there, I would tell them. I would literally physically announce and be like, we're not doing a fucking walk of a lap of honor. I said these players will do a walk of shame and they will go over to the fans at the end of the match and they will beg for forgiveness. And not that they're gonna get it, but Herb had a cigarette at halftime to calm him, but Bruno just gets too intense. Well, maybe we should give Bruno a vape. Maybe we should get Bruno a vape. Maybe he'll relax. That's why you a fan of his. You see a bit of yourself in it now. I get it. No. No. That's not why. Uh All right, but guys, listen, because I need to go eat dinner. I need to go hang out, and also my Knicks are playing. And oh, by the way, we didn't even say that. So the day that United fucked up the final against Tottenham, and I said, well, my Knicks are going to play. I hope they make it better. Guess what happened to me? My Knicks were leading the entire game up until the fourth quarter in the last couple minutes, and they blew a 15-point lead. And then the player on the opposing team hit a 3-point buzzer beater shot where he hit it off of the rim. The ball went up like this, all the way fucking up. The buzzer went off, and it went in. And they went to overtime, and we lost the game at home. And I was just like, yep. I mean, just quite unbelievable. Both my teams just managed to just lose on the same day in the worst possible fucking ways that you can find to lose a game. I was like, it didn't stop with United. It was like, now the Knicks did it somehow. So today got to be redemption day because I don't know why I just did that, but yeah, today's got to be redemption day. So Knickers Knickers sound like WSL. Yeah, they lost. They blew it. They actually blew it. We had a 15-point lead. Don't worry about this. I'm just gonna go like this. I don't know why I did that. You're not supposed to see back there. It's private. But yeah. Listen, we're gonna get out of here. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow. But we could just stream Sunday and Monday as well. So I might just take off. So I'll see how I feel, and I'll let you guys know about it in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, I also keep forgetting to make a post on the community tab. So yeah, nah, it's okay. You can see that. I'm just joking. So for those of you that aren't in the Discord, although you should really just get into the Discord because it's just much better to be in there. So I'm gonna force you to get Discord. You have no choice. You have all the choices and freedom you want, but you need to get in the Discord. So yeah. So maybe we'll stream tomorrow, but maybe we'll just take off because we're obviously gonna stream Sunday. I'm gonna watch the match. We'll do a final Red Devil recap. Maybe we'll just extend the show because everybody plays at the same time, and then the season will be like over officially. So we could kind of just do a Red Devil recap, and we could kind of just do a Red Devil season review at the same time. Where are you streaming from? New York, United States of America. So I try. Do we have to? Yes. Yes. Yes, you have to. So yeah, I mean we'll see about that about the stream tomorrow, cuz at the very least obviously we'll do it Sunday. Oh, now I look like Bruno. Now I look like Bruno, Lucky. You're only saying that because fucking Chad said it. But small guy. Sorry, Box, I have to watch the game. I mean, you don't have to watch the game. I mean, I'm going to watch the game and I'm going to do a Red Devil recap. If you want to just come in and have me explain to you the match, you very well can. You don't have to watch it. But we will do a Red Devil recap, and then we'll do a season review. Actually, I think what we should do is, I mean, it's going to be, I mean, there's probably no point, but I think maybe on an individual level, I think some players would be okay. We should probably give us a rating. Maybe we should vote. I don't know how the fuck we could do it efficiently, but we should give scores for the players individually, season-wise, because, well, I think most of the team, obviously the whole team, has had a shit season. I think actually some individuals have performed decently okay, you know, or good for consistent basis. Like I think Maz is one and Yoro is one. but I think the team as a whole obviously is very shit. So, um, sorry about that, Eric. It's true though. It's fine. I don't. It's okay. Rain check on the fruit throwing, folks. Watch it on fast forward. If only we could. We got to get that remote control from Click with Adam Sandler in it. And then maybe we could just fast forward to United winning again. I don't know when that would be, but if you fast forward too much, you'll end up you won't be alive anymore. Um, so yeah. So maybe we'll stream tomorrow, maybe not. I'll let you guys know about that. At the very least, we can stream Sunday for sure. And we can also stream Monday as well, because Monday is a holiday here in the United States, and it's Memorial Day, where we memorial the memoriams. And so we'll be memorialing the memorials. And yeah, and then no work on that day. So we'll be able to do that. And I don't even know what my schedule is after that anyway. But at the very least, we could do Sunday and Monday if we don't do Saturday. Because I feel like maybe Saturday is too much. But we'll see. If we do Saturday, maybe I'll do a short one. And I mean short one. Like an hour and a half tops. But imagine they play very well. We'll be happy or angry. I'll be even more pissed. I'll be even more pissed. If they go out there and he plays like if he plays the same fucking team that lined up against Spurs and they play one of the most unbelievable performances I've ever seen, sell them more, even more. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're gonna go do it in the last game of the season versus Villa when it fucking means fuck all, and you had the opportunity to do it against Tottenham, to get us in the Champions League, and you gave us that performance, and you give us this one then. No, so sell them even more. I mean, don't even let them leave Old Trafford. Lock them there, inside of there, and they're only allowed to leave once you sell them. Like, once a bid comes in, they're not allowed to leave from there. Just lock them in there. Drop a contract on the floor and be like, if you don't sign this, you're not leaving from here. And just force them to sign it so they leave. USA makes money. Wait, what did Lauren say? Oh. Lauren said the Reds are going to visit you in the summer, I guess. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know, obviously, I don't know what the most expensive seats are in Old Trafford. I would assume the closer you are to the pitch, the more expensive. But, like, the games at Old Trafford, like, you guys are, like the people that go to those matches, like, they are paying to watch, like, a game that means something. Like, it's a Premier League. It has 3 points. It has, like, a matter to something, like a season or something like that. You know what I mean? Or it could be like a cup game or a trophy game. So there's some significant meaning behind it. They come here for preseason. We don't even get to see, it's not like normal circumstances where we're going to play the strongest squad for about 75 minutes of the match, and then even the bench, the players that come off the bench, sometimes they're starters as well, or whatever, or they're very good players. They come to the United States of America, and if you're lucky to see, depending on the day, they might give you a half where you get like a strong starting 11 of like actual first teamers, and then they just sub out whatever. But that's not even the point. I mean, you're watching a friendly match, and the ticket prices are crazy. $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800 more for a preseason friendly match. And that's why they come here. That's why they keep coming here. Especially lately, they're gonna keep coming here because they can get this sort of money out of the people from here, because we don't have the opportunity to go over there because people are working and stuff, and it's hard to take a trip to the UK to go watch a game when you got work and shit. So they they know, and that's why they're coming here again. I mean, is this the second or third year in a row that they've come to America? I mean, at one point they came to America and they didn't come, it was like 2005, and they didn't come for like fucking, years. Now it's like go to America every season because we can charge quadruple the amount that we can in the UK, because the people in the UK will absolutely lose their shit. So yeah. All right, but I'm getting out of here for real. So again, thank you guys. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you guys being here, and great, fantastic show. Friday freestyle is always one that is just, you never know how it's gonna go or where it's gonna go, but it's been great, and I appreciate every single one of you. Another 4 hour and 20-minute stream in the book. So we're the only channel that's doing this sort of shit too. I don't know if it actually hurts the channel in the long run or not, but you know what, at the same time, I'm kind of proud because we're the only ones doing this sort of thing. So those other channels, they're not suited for this, man. They can't handle it. They only do an hour. Like, they're lightweights, man. They're lightweights. They could only give you 45 minutes. Lightweights. They're part-timers, part-timers. But we'll talk in Discord, and I'll try to keep you guys updated. If you didn't hit the like button, please just make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Also, if you want to support, Lyle and Lines have been doing it. Get in the comment after I end the live. Like, go underneath the video into the comment section after the live is ended and drop some comments. United related, or just, you can ask me a question or something, but really anything, because YouTube, they want that sort of stuff. And it pushes the channel a little bit more, so you could do that as well. Shout out to all the new people that subscribed. Look at the thing. It updated 2,980. So we're very close. We jumped up quite a lot, actually, and we're getting closer and closer to 3,000. So we're gonna do it. I knew we were gonna do it. But yeah, I mean, if you want to join the Discord as well, it's in the profile of the channel, so there's a link there. We'll drop it in the comments section underneath. Lauren says, Bon voyage, enjoyed it after the pub. Well, it was good to have you in here too, so we hope to see you back, Lawrence. I hope you come back. You were good. We need more people like you and, the rest of these guys. I've been saying forever, we need more people like this. We'll have literally one of the best communities in the world if we could get people that, enjoy chatting and are here for the whole time. So, yeah, shout out to you guys. And that's pretty much it. We'll talk later at some point. If not tomorrow, then I'll see you all Sunday at the very least. So everybody enjoy the rest of your night. Be safe, and thank you. And